Good morning. How is everybody doing? I'm just going to go ahead and put on my intro for you guys before I get started. Give me 1 second. Good morning, everybody. Hello, Relentless. Thank you for coming in. Lou, thank you for coming. And Jamal, I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly, but good morning. Hello. How are you guys? So I'm going to start with telling you guys the timeline. Okay. This part I'll be reading, and then there's going to be a video after that. And then there's going to be an audio of the 911 call. I'm waiting for the grandmother to be coming. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to come because I was just notified on the phone that her phone is broke. So she left like a message and it's broken. So hopefully she'll be able to still get on here. If not, we're just going to go ahead and do this anyway because I have information and I feel like that 911 call, what I heard is what I heard. And I'm pretty sure, 98% sure, this is what was said. But I'm going to let you guys first listen to the timeline to what happened to Durante Martin, okay? Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up for y'all. I'm going to let you guys see it while I'm reading it, okay? Let me share the screen. Okay, y'all can see it clearly. Very good. Okay, so let's go ahead and go in here. And it says, who unalived the Durante Martin? April 25th, 2021, Durante was found unalived in the attic of the house owned by a known white supremacist with a pow wound to his head. The local coroner quickly ruled his unalive as a suicide. After months of questions raised by his family and the completion of the second autopsy, an impaneled jury made a conclusion. Durante's unalive was the result of a violence, not suicide. Sorry, I have to use the different words than what it says on the screen, but you can see what it says on the screen. It has been 1 year. No one has been arrested. More questions have surfaced, and the Missouri Highway Patrol have shared nothing. It is, it is time for the Department of Justice to get involved and find out who unalived Durante Martin. So this is the timeline, you guys. All right. And this is the timeline. Okay. Durante was a loving 19-year-old, caring brother, supportive teammate and hardworking student. Durante was unalived just as he was about to live out his dream of playing college football. To those who knew him, the news of his death, of his unaliving by suicide, was both jarringly tragic and suspicious, and the inconsistencies, gaps, and questions around the event that led up to the following Durante's unaliving at the home of James Wade have yet to be answered. Here is what we know. Okay, so here we go. April 22nd, Durante had surgery, right? He had surgery on his right hand, which was his dominant hand. Okay, that means that he's right-handed. The procedure entailed several pins being placed in his hand, which resulted in his arm being set in a thick cast that stretched from his fingertips on his right hand up to his elbow, all the way up to the elbow. So how can someone do what they said they did, unalive himself, right? And he's got it from his dominant hand, remember, dominant hand, all the way up to his elbow. Hello, Queen Nunu. How are you? How are you? Thank you for coming in. Hello, Renrock. Thank you for coming in. Let me see who else came in before I get going here. Give me a second. Okay. All right. Back to that. April 24th, Durante was at Laney Wade's birthday party in a remote town home of the father, James Wade, a man who prominently displayed a Confederate flag on his house and was known as a bigot. Okay, that means he's racist, y'all, in case y'all didn't know what that meant. Okay. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. Let me scroll from this thing right here. Okay. All right. April 25th, 2021. At 3:01 a.m., Wade called 911. He is heard saying, apparently a guy just pow-powed himself. When the EMTs arrived, Durante was found unalived in Wade's home with a pow-pow wound to the head. Okay, now I'm going to let you guys listen to the video, or I'm sorry, the audio. It's an audio. All right, listen to the audio. Let me go ahead. Ready? Listen carefully, you guys. Listen. Tell me if you heard what I heard, because what I heard, I'm going to let you listen first. But what I heard is what I heard, and this is what my ears, I listened to this so many times, and that's the only thing I could actually hear is what I heard. And I'm going to tell you guys what I heard after what you guys tell me in the chat what you think you heard. All right, here we go.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at?
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear what I heard? I'm going to put it on one more time. I'm going to let you guys hear it again. Here we go.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently
Pay
a guy
attention
just
to all
shot
this
himself.
muting.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at?
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is he breathing at all?
Yeah. No.
Do you think he's beyond any help? Do you want to try CPR?
Somehow got in the back of my. They. Okay.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Hang on a second. Okay. I can't even get transferred. Hey.
Can you hear me?
See if he's breathing. Thank you, yes.
He is breathing?
He's gasping for air, they said.
How old is he, do you know?
How old is he, man? Maybe 20, 19, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Shot at?
In the head.
In the head?
Or, you think, I can't really see him back there.
Is he alert at all? Is he conscious?
He don't look like it.
And when did this happen?
About 30 minutes ago.
You said 3 minutes ago?
No, you.
Okay, you're hard to hear again.
Anyway.
You're cutting out, sir. You're cutting out. I can't understand you.
Trying to find a spot where I can talk. Hello?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Right when I called you,
What was your name?
James Wade.
Can you hear me?
So, all right. So let me go ahead and I'm going to play it again. I want you guys to listen carefully to the part where she says, "Oh my God." And then we're going to go from there. Okay. And then you can tell me what you heard. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Hey, Armando, how are you? Thank you for coming in. Relentless, thank you again. I know you had just came back in because you were earlier on there. Hey, Sherry, thank you for coming in. I'm going to play it one more time, and I want you guys to listen very, very carefully. Let me tell you how many times I listened to this. Too many times for me not to think that this is what it was said.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
Listen to
And
how
that's
nonchalant he is.
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Did you hear what she said? I'm going to play it again. Only to that part. I'm not going to play the whole thing, just to that part. Hold on.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at...
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you guys think he said? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I heard. I heard exactly that. She said, oh my God. I can't use the word, the K word, but I'm going to say, she said, oh my God, you unalived him. I hate this. I heard it clearly. You heard it clearly. My son heard it clearly, right? My, who else heard it? Together heard it. She said it was clear that that's what was said. So this is what I heard, and that's what you heard. So the only thing is when somebody says you did something and you don't see who they're pointing at, we don't know who she was talking about. It could have been anybody in that house. There was a lot of people in that house. There was a lot of people in that house, you guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you listen to I made a little video for the grandma and mom. If they do happen to come in, I'm sorry, you guys. I was hoping that they were coming, but it looks like there's an issue where we're not able to. I'm not sure. We'll see. Maybe they'll come into the chat and they'll be able to grab the link from there. All right, hold on 1 second. The grandma's phone was saying that she left a message on her voicemail, like where if you like they ask you if you want to leave a message thing, and she just explained what happened to her phone. All right, hold on 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna let you listen to this, and then I'm gonna go get some real quick. Okay, you guys, I'm back. Okay, so like I said, it sounded like she said, and you heard it. Even Sherry just said she heard the word unalived him, but with the K word. Okay. So they went and they did an inquest, okay? Because at first they wanted to try to tell us that this child has unalived himself. He pow-powed himself in the head, okay? To me, no. There's no way, okay? There's no way. So basically they're saying that it was 3 feet away where he was, that he pow-powed himself in the head, right? How? He literally, hey, Southern girl, thank you for coming in. He literally had the pow-pow 3 feet away. And how do you do that? Because normally, if you're going to pow-pow yourself in the head, right? Would you not have to bend your elbow? You can't just like do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Plus, he had a cast on, you guys. He had a cast on, a full arm cast, all the way from his fingertips all the way to his elbow. I read it earlier. On the 22nd, he had surgery. Okay, so I want to know how the heck they're saying he could have pow-powed himself. There's no way. There's no way he could have pow-powed himself. Okay, so at the inquest at the court, when they did the inquest, the coroner, the prosecutor. So the coroner Collins, the prosecutor D Robbins, medical examiner and pathologist Russell Dideker. Witness first, the witnesses they have is Russell Mathis, the dispatcher Calvin EMS. Okay, they have James Wade. That's the home that it was, that the child has been alived in. Amy Hoover, Nick Adams, the police officer, Reagan Fire Department, Carrie Wade, which is his daughter, The other daughter is Lonnie Wade. They said it was supposed to have been a birthday party for her, but there's been other rumors saying it was not a birthday party. It was not a party. Zachary Graham, Brandon Wheeler, and Nathan Glover. Let's see who else they had. Philip Muller. And let's see, James Wade, Michael Vaughn, Trooper Shannon Sitton, and I think, Morgan Reeder, Master Sergeant Sutland, Trooper Russell Gibson. Okay, so these are all the people they did the inquest with, okay? Give me 1 second, you guys. That's the grandmother calling me. Give me a second. I'm going to let you listen to my intro while I do this. Hi, Kim. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and put this in. Hold on 1 second.
Let me see. Are we?
Welcome, Dolphin fam and Wolfpack Nation. Okay, you guys, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. The grandmother did get a hold of me, you guys, and she will be up here. She's calling her daughter, and she's gonna see if she would like to also join us. So that way they can both talk to us about exactly what happened. Okay. So like I said, I'm gonna go through the timeline until they get up here. I'm just gonna go ahead and read that to you guys now. All right. Okay, so we ended with that part. So we're on the 25th now, right? Durante's mother learned of his unaliving the following morning from the other family member, not the police. Okay, listen to that. Not the police. The police did not call her and tell her that her son was unalived. Her grandson and her son, which would be for the mother, is that he was unalived. The doggone family member did. The cousin, I believe it was a cousin. I remember her telling me it was a cousin. Okay. April 26th, a local coroner conducted an autopsy and concluded that he was unalived by suicide. That was debunked, y'all. That was debunked. All right. So April 27, 2021, having still not heard from the law enforcement directly, Durante's mother reached out to the sheriff's department for information about her son's unaliving. She was met with hostility and given no information. How do they do that? How do they disrespect somebody so bad like this after their child has been unalived? I mean, oh my God. Regardless if it was a suicide or an aliving, right? Or somebody did it, you still should have compassion for this mother and talk to her as so. All right. Now, May 11, 2021, the family of Durante Martin ordered a second independent autopsy. The findings were released and noted several inconsistencies from the initial autopsy. What does that sound like to y'all? Sound like when they say inconsistency, I mean lies. Okay, straight up, just lies. Okay, May 2021, James Wade continued to comment on his social media regarding Durante's unaliving and text someone stating that Durante Martin was second person to be unalived by suicide in his home. Okay. Let's see. Then on July 30th, given the number of inconsistencies in the case, a jury was impaneled, I think that's how you say it, impaneled to review the coroner report and review the facts. By July 30th, the jury determined that Durante Martin's unaliving was a result of violence, not suicide. Let's see. Oops, that went too fast. Sorry, you guys. Okay. And then on April 14th, 2022, said James Wade was arrested and is being held in custody for a pow-powing incident he was involved in unrelated to Durante Martin's case. Okay, so that we didn't have to worry about that part because it wasn't even about him. It wasn't even about Durante. We're just worrying about Durante right now. So now it says today, no one has been arrested in connection with Durante's unaliving. More questions to continue to surface, and Missouri Highway Patrol has shared no updates. It is time for the Department of Justice to lead a thorough investigation and find the answers his family and community deserves. So I don't know if you guys remember this. Hold on, let me do this here. I don't know if you guys remember this, but remember I did the case on Timothy Dees? Okay, well, this is the same town, Fredericktown. Okay, this is in the same town. Small town. But these people supposedly didn't even know him. Okay, they didn't even know him. So I was talking to the grandmother, right? Let me pull that part up. So this is the timeline as far as with the grandmother. I had discussion with her prior to even looking at any of these videos. It is terrible. It's horrible. Okay, so the timeline was this. February 25th is when they, around 9 p.m. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hold on one second. February 25th. Why would it say February? Hold on. Give me 1 second, you guys. Okay, anyway. So around 9 p.m., his friend, his name is Clapper. He picked him up. Hey, Lincoln, how are you? His friend picked him up 2 days prior to this situation that happened. Okay. So let's see. He had the surgery on the 22nd. Give me a second here. Why is it coming out like this? You guys, I have so many of these things. I'm on the wrong one. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm all over this book. I literally just said the wrong person's information. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I have a lot of stuff here. Okay, you guys. I should have wrote this a lot neater. Okay. Okay. Here it is. I am so sorry, you guys. I really messed up that time. Okay. So Durante Martin was picked up by his friend, a few of his friends on the 23rd. So 2 days before his unaliving. They took, I don't even know what happened at that time because I need to talk to the grandmother. Like, I know the timeline was that he was picked up and then he was unalived on the 25th. What happened in those 2 days? That's where I'm kind of confused on the 2 days. I need to know what happened those 2 days. All right. Okay. So she sent me a video, you guys. It looks very interesting. I have not looked at it yet. Yeah. So like I said, what happened? Supposedly they're supposed to be going to attend a party. So this is when she gets up here, I'm going to ask her what happened with those 2 days because they picked him up on the 23rd. He was unalive on the 25th. So where did they go for those 2 days? He was supposed to go to his grandma's. He was supposed to go visit his grandmother, but he didn't go to his grandma's. You guys, he didn't go to his grandma's house. He ended up going somewhere else. And I don't know where he was from that time. In the research, I couldn't find much about the 2 days. Exactly. I looked and I was like, what happened those 2 days? So Southern Gal, did you hear the video or the audio I played of the 911? How do you agree with what we're saying? And people in the chat as well said this. The part that she says, "Oh my God," she says, "You unalived him. I hate this." So basically, the part that she says, "You unalived him, you K'd him, I hate this." So she didn't, we can't see unless we're a fly on the wall. We can't even see who she was talking to. But someone in that household, it was said to them, this is what she's saying to me. 98%, I heard her say, "You unalived him. I hate this." Oh my God. You unalived him. I hate this. You K'd him. I hate this is what I heard. I don't know what you heard, but that's what I heard. Clear as day. I kept trying to make it seem like, or make it sound like what you guys were saying. Yes, that's what I heard when I listened to it. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Play it again. I sure will. Give me 1 second. I will play that. And the grandmother will be on her way, you guys. She will be on her way. And I do have a picture to show you guys of Durante laying there, but it's not going to be him, like his whole body. I just have his hand because I wanted to show you guys something, which is crazy. Hold on.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at,
Yeah.
and is that where you are?
Yeah.
Listen to it again. I'm gonna let you listen to it again. Listen.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at,
Yeah.
and is that where you are?
Yeah.
Again. Listen to one more time.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at,
Yeah.
and is that where you are?
Yeah.
Tell me you guys didn't hear what I heard. Hello, Riaz. How are you? So basically, I feel like there's no way they could have gotten any conclusions on as far as the fingerprints and the residue and all that. I'm sorry to say, for the fact that they put him that he was unalived in one place and dragged to another. I'm just going to tell you right now, because there's a picture. You could tell that he looked like he's been dragged because, as the grandma would have said, you get ashy, and as he got pulled, you could see the scraping, like when you're ashy. If you rub it, it's gonna look even worse. It gets even ashier, and you can see like the mark, like a scratch mark. If you scratch it, you'll see your scratch mark on there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to say I'm 100% on that part, but hey, it looks what it looks like. And this is what I got. Yeah, it sounded like she said, you unalived him. Yes, I hate this. Oh my God, you K'd him. I hate this, is exactly what she said. I'm sorry, you guys. I listened to it so many times. People have said she said something different, and me, I'm like, no. I listened to it too many times to not hear exactly what I heard, and I'm telling you now, I'm more sure now that you guys said that you heard the same thing. I'm 100% now. Forget the 98. I'm 100% on this one. She definitely said that. And I just, when I talked to the grandmother just now, I told her exactly that. And she said, oh, wow. Yeah. So she probably heard the same thing, but she was maybe thinking somebody else said, that she was just trying to listen to it so hard to what other people were saying that it sounded like something else. I listened to it before I heard the very first one, which was on, what station is that? Not station. Sorry, you guys. Let's see. I have it written down. I have a lot of stuff written down. Is it KS? Wait, KSDK? I think it's what it's called. KSDK. I told you I got a lot of stuff written down. So that's the station, you guys. KSDK. Am I correct on that one, Southern Gal? Yeah, KSDK. That's where I got my video from. Yes, thank you. You remember his case? Okay. Hold on. Oh, I just went. Okay. Now, the other thing is, I talked to the grandma as well. And she said it wasn't an attic. It was not an attic. So let me tell you this is what I thought when they said that it was an attic. This is how I thought it was. Okay. So if you go upstairs in my house and you go to my son's room, there's a door inside the closet that takes you to the attic. It takes you into the attic. That's how my house is built. Do you have the video of the party? No. This is the only thing that we have. There's no video of the party. I don't know if they even had a video of the party or if they posted a video of a party. They said it wasn't even a party. Supposedly they said it was her 18th birthday and it was a birthday party, but now it's like, no, it's not a party. So that part, like I said, I'm not a fly on the wall to know exactly what transpired with a party or not a party or gathering, whatever they want to call it. But there is 2 days that I have a question about, and that is the day that he was picked up from with them boys all the way to the date that this happened is missing. I don't understand what happened in those 2 days. So I'm hoping the grandma can clear that up for me because that's a question I had since the time that she told me about it. I mean, we didn't get to go into detail with that part because we were talking about all the other stuff. Gathering. The stories changed numerous times. Yes, definitely. She just sent me a video, you guys. I'm going to share it with you guys, but I want her to be up here to share it with you guys. If she doesn't come in the next short time, I'm going to go ahead and show the video. She sent it to my messenger. Yeah, that part. All right. So I'm still trying to figure out. I'm really trying to figure out everybody that's in here. You guys, do you agree with me? How did he is predominantly right-handed. Okay. He's right-handed. His left temple is where the shooting was in the head. The powing was on the left side. So if he was right-handed and he had a cast on from the tips of his finger all the way up his elbow, I want to show you guys that. Let me see if I can do that real quick. I'm gonna go to my Canva and edit it because I don't want to show you his body, but I just want to show you that part so you can see what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second, you guys. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I'm coming, you guys. I'm editing all the other stuff up, but I just wanted to show you guys what it looks like his cast. Okay. All right, now I got to send it to my email. Appreciate you guys' patience. Okay, put the subject in. Okay. All right. So I sent it to my email. So now I'm going to go ahead and upload it on here so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Okay, there it is. Okay. Because for a second there, I was like, where'd it go? Okay. Now, let me go ahead and show it to you guys. So nobody's seen the video of them joking around. No. Did you see it? I mean, I want to know if you did. I don't know. I didn't see it because, like, I just got on this case. I didn't even know about it until I talked to Barbara, which is another case that I was showing on my other live. So let me go ahead and show you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. I appreciate your patience, y'all. Appreciate your patience. I'm normally really, ready to go, but I wasn't going to show any of this stuff. That's the thing. But I wanted to edit it to show it to you guys to see what I'm talking about. So this is his, see this? He has it from his fingers. Look at this, all the way from his fingers, all the way down to his elbow. So they didn't show the elbow part because it's covered by something. There was like something in the way, but I got majority of it. So it's all the way from his fingertip, see? All the way down to his elbow. Can you guys see what I'm looking at? You guys see what I'm looking at? Nobody. No doubt what the girl said kind of tells you he was, he was unalived, definitely. Can you guys see what I see? Where is it he was able to use he's got his whole hand. I'm telling this whole hand, look at it. You can look at it. That's his whole thing. All his fingers, all the way up to his elbow, is covered in a hard cast, a cast. Okay. I don't know if he was able to bend that elbow or not, but definitely, how are you able to take your hand and, like if he was to bend, let's just say he could bend it, right? That would mean he would have contact with the pow to his head. Okay. And he would have to do it like crossing over, right? Crossing over this is what I'm looking at it is he's putting it like he's crossing over with it, right? And then he pows himself, but then they say 3 feet away. How is that 3 feet away? That doesn't make any sense. How could they have literally 3 feet away? How is that he actually unalived himself? So now they did the inquest, like I told you all the people that was included in it. And guess what? Now it is considered a violent homicide. Yeah, homicide. Or suicide, whatever you want to call it. Because we can't say the word in here. And let's see. No, he is right-handed. Predominantly right-handed. Yes. Hello, Mind of Monsters. How are you? Thank you for coming in. So the cast only been on for 2 days. Well, that would have been 3 days because it was on the 22nd. And this has happened on the 25th. So that's 3 days later. Before he was unalived, and he still had his hospital bracelet. Yes, I have a picture of that. I have a picture of it. Okay, so you're gonna have to look really hard when I show it to you guys because you can see you can see a white little thing hanging out of his shirt. Okay, all right. So let's see. So okay, wait. Is he left-handed? Couldn't. You're right. That's what I'm trying to say. He's right-handed, but he got his is on the left side of his head. And I can't show you that part because it's gruesome. I have the pictures, but it's gruesome. Wow, that's super cool. Okay. All right, so here we go. Let me show you. Let me show you this part. Okay, so if you look at, so you see his hand, right? You see where his hand is, and you see where the shirt starts. Look at that white label looking thing. There's like a label there. That is his hospital bracelet, you guys. That's a hospital bracelet. That's a hospital bracelet. There's another picture that's clearer than this one, but it's blue. It looks like I don't know, you can really tell exactly what I see on this one. I see it. I'm looking right at it. That's the hospital bracelet he still had on. Yeah, they're still fighting for him, Lakin. Still fighting for him. All right, let's see here. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I just don't understand how people could do these type of things to human beings. Has never done anything to them. I promise you guys, I would like edit this and show it to you, but it's too much. It is absolutely too much. So yeah, that is show you the blue one. I'm going to see what you guys think of that one as well. I'm going to go ahead and put it on here. I'm waiting for the grandma and the mom to come. Hopefully they'll both be here, but the grandma's supposed to be coming soon. She did just contact me. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm going to put my intro because my dog needs to go to the ladies' room. Give me 1 second. I'm not going to put an intro. I'll put you the video that I did for him. It's a special video for the mom and the grandma. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, you guys, sorry about that. Lola had to go to the ladies' room. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Okay. So do you guys see what I see? Do you see that little white band right there? No. Oh, well, I thought it was over with. What's over with? Hold on. Hello, Kevin. How are you? Thank you for coming in. Okay. All right. Hopefully they'll be here soon, you guys, so we can hear a little more in depth in what happened. Okay. There it is. I found it. For some odd reason, sometimes this thing just acts really weird. Okay. Okay. Now let me go back into my email and I'll pull up the blue one so you can tell me what you see. Okay, let me download it. All right. Okay. Okay, so do you guys see what I see? Like, I'm trying to figure out what this is. It almost looks like the way they took the picture that's okay. So this is, I guess, supposed to have been the hospital band, but it's blue lighting. I don't know why it's like that. I don't even know why it's like that. Yeah, I don't know why it's like that. Because like I said, on the one that I did earlier, you could totally see right there. You can see between the shirt and the wrist, right? You can see it right here. It's like there's a white band there. But on this blue picture, I don't know what I'm seeing. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys this video now. We'll play it again when the grandma gets in. I'm going to show you this video. Because like I said, this case is really, it's crazy. It needs to be resolved. It's horrible that they did this to this child, 19-year-old, who was about to play college football. Okay, because as you can see my background. He's wearing his graduation gown. You see that, right? I mean, you're looking right at what I'm looking at. And he's got his diploma right there in his hand. That red thing in front of him is his diploma, that little red that you see. Okay. And then, like, what, 3 weeks later, his friend ends up missing. And I'm going to show you guys that video again. Now, look closely at this video that I'm showing you. This is his friend, John Paul. He's missing, y'all. He's missing. It's going to be the guy with the like a purple lavender. I'm sorry, not lavender. Like maroon. Like maroon. He's going to be the only one with that color on. This guy right here, look, this guy. This is who I'm talking about right here. This is the guy that's missing 3 weeks later. After he told his parents that he knows what happened. Like, he was there. He was there. And even on the video, if you guys listen to the video, the audio that I showed, the 911 audio, they call out his name. They called out his name, John Paul. It was clear as day. It said John Paul. I'm going to let you guys listen to that audio again. I want you guys to also, in the chat, Let me know what you think was said at the point where she says, "Oh my God, you blank blank. I hate this." I want you guys to tell me what's in the middle of that, okay? I'm gonna let you listen to it all the way through this time.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
Listen
And
to
that's
how
it.
nonchalant he is. That's what bothers me more
And
than,
is that
oh
where
my
you are?
goodness.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is he breathing at all?
Yeah. No.
Do you think he's beyond any help? Do you want to try CPR?
I somehow got in the back of my. They. Okay.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Hang on a second. Okay.
Pay attention to how many times he mutes.
I can't even get to him, so he's. Hey.
Can you hear me?
See if he's breathing. Thank you, yes.
He is breathing?
He's gasping for air, they said.
How old is he, do you know?
How old is he, like? Maybe 20, 19, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Shot at?
In the head.
In the head?
Or, you think, I can't really see him back there.
Is he alert at all? Is he conscious?
He don't look like it.
And when did this happen?
3 minutes ago.
You said 3 minutes ago?
Oh, you.
Okay, you're hard to hear again.
Anyway.
You're cutting out, sir. You're cutting out. I can't understand you.
Trying to find the spot where I can talk. Hello?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Right when I called you,
What was your name?
James Wade.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so that part where they say he coughed, it sounded like he's clearing his voice or getting ready to hang up, because that's why that call ended. It wasn't like, okay, we're here, open the door for us, because normally that's how it is when you have an issue like this, some kind of dispute or something so horrible happening. You're gonna be on the phone with them until the end. You don't just hang up. The call ends with just him going right. So he coughs and clears. It's like, why did the call end like that abruptly? I don't get that part. And also the other question I had was why I don't hear a bunch of yelling and screaming. And why is he lying? Because you can clearly understand it. I mean, he's saying one thing and then he contradicts himself with something else. So he says, I don't know if he's breathing. I'm not in there. I'm not in there, right? Exactly. You don't hang up until they get there because they'll tell you, come open, please have the door open for us, right? So he's like, yeah, he's gasping for air. And then again, he says, but I don't see him. But I can't see him or something. Yeah, I can't see him. And then next thing you know, he's saying, he's gasping. Yeah, they say he's gasping for air, they say. And then he says, yeah, I don't think he is. I don't see him like that, or I don't see that. Hold on, let me put that part again. Hold on one second.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Listen
yes,
again
I
to
need
you guys.
to
He contradicts.
call and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at,
Yeah.
and is that where you are?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is he breathing at all?
Yeah. No.
Do you think he's beyond any help? Do you want to try CPR?
Somehow got in the back of my. They. Okay.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Hang on a second. Okay. I can't even get transferred. Hey.
Can you hear me?
See if he's breathing. Thank you, yes.
He is breathing?
He's gasping for air, they said.
How old is he, do you know?
How old is he, like? Maybe 20, 19, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Shot at?
In my head.
In the head?
Or, you think, I can't really see him back there.
Is he?
He said, I can't see him back there, but he just said he doesn't think he's
look like it.
Look, he don't look like it, but he just said he can't see him. How do you not know? Oh, he's such a storyteller, y'all. I hate to
When did this happen?
liar, but he's a liar.
About 3 minutes ago.
You said 3 minutes ago?
You.
Okay, you're hard to hear again.
So he totally hangs, the phone gets hung up. Like, why? It's not even a concluded 911 call. There was no conclusion to it because they should have been able to tell him, look, open the door for us. We're right here. We're right in, you're at your door. We're right around the corner, wherever. But they definitely would have said that. Hello, together. How are you? And D-Truth. Hello, how are you? And Mind of Monsters. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. The grandmother and the mother possibly might be coming. The grandmother said she was, but she's still talking to her daughter to see if they were going to be coming. If not, that's okay. Cause, like I said, I feel horrible for them that they're going through all this. This is a sad situation, y'all. I'm about to share this video that the grandmother just sent me on Messenger. All right, hold on one second. Let me pull that up for y'all.
Nobody will.
So that's the grandmother, and this is Wade right here. Okay, that's the grandma here. That's Wade right here. Okay, listen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they try to get rid of you. Crazy. When I saw that, I was like,
And all this happened at my house. So, I mean, you tell me this could be the council.
well, I'm in here on that. To be honest with you, I heard that. The state highway patrol. Oh, well, if you've been listening to true crime, it's kind of weird that the state, one of the patrolmen states that made a statement, and I'm sure you know you said it before, but anyway, he states that you were highly intoxicated. So people are making false statements against you too. You need another cigarette. I know this is stressful. Yeah. Well, you say you don't drink, they say you intoxicated.
Yeah, I know. And I just drove home from myself.
That's a long drive. Well, so you know that would make people question. You know,
What's going on?
You know, was he intoxicated? Was he
Might have been
fresh?
smoking a joint.
Well,
That was about it.
you
That's all I
know,
knew.
but he stated that you were highly intoxicated, sleep on the couch. So, you know, my question would be, how can somebody sleep on the couch and somebody's just been murdered in their house? What kind of sense would that make?
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you was intoxicated, that should have brought you to soul.
Oh, shit. Let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
It straightened me up real quick. And I just drove from Uphill and I smoke a joint, but I don't drink.
That freaked you out a bit.
Yeah, it did. Especially when I seen that town blew my mind when everybody just went out of the house. And nobody's been doing it. I was like, wait a minute, man. Y'all just, you know,
Right.
what the fuck's going on? Y'all didn't call 911? No, we're all leaving.
So you don't know what time Durante got shot?
Well, I heard the guy shut off. I was downstairs.
So what time did Durante get
I want
shot?
to stay around 3 o'clock.
Did Zach take the gun with him?
I think they, no, the cops got it.
Okay.
And it was a piece of shit guy. But still, it don't matter. If it murder,
It's still murder somebody.
Why would you give somebody, if he was in that shape like y'all say he was, why would y'all give him a gun? Why give him a gun anyway?
And people
Right.
don't go to parties
What
and then
happened to
just get
what they
depressed
call
and get
camp?
suicidal.
I have one camera on my driveway. And it did record.
You got
No.
a camera on your driveway.
Well, it was where I could see when people pulled up. Because my room upstairs, you couldn't hear me.
Right.
So, I mean, and then my dumbass dog wouldn't bark at people either. Until they were already in the house.
So
No,
it
God.
wasn't,
My dog
like
was
somebody
retarded.
made a statement and said that he was paranoid and he was watching the cameras in the closet, so that's not true.
The only closet, or the camera that was on was the one where you could see my driveway. Because you can see when cars pull
So
up.
was that upstairs in your room when he was in your room? And that was that,
Yeah.
your cameras, you could see.
So I had a TV that
Yeah.
just where.
Well,
And
you
I
know,
never knew he was
people,
in my room until after they told me. I was like, where is this? Like,
James,
oh, he's in your room.
James, people don't
What?
just.
So
go
who
to-
allowed y'all to clean up the crime scene?
Oh, I did clean it up.
You didn't clean up the crime scene?
No, I didn't touch it. It took me 2 days to go up my room. I didn't want to go up there.
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't
The
know.
thing is, he's
did you hear
90
them give him
years old.
permission though?
90
Huh?
Did you hear like Adams give him permission to clean it up or?
Well, I asked Adams after everything was said and done before they left around 5:30 or 6 o'clock the next morning from the corner and everybody left. I said, hey, y'all gonna clean that up? No, y'all do that. We don't clean it up.
Wow,
I've heard that before.
And I was like, yeah, y'all expect me to clean that up?
that's
They were
disturbing.
like, yes, you want it clean. And you're
Wow.
like, fucking right.
But we know that
I-
Durante went to a party You don't go to a party at 19 years old. Who doesn't go to a party at 19? They don't go to a party and then get depressed and just decide to shoot themselves. Yeah, it just don't happen. Right. I mean,
No.
it's not feasible. The story doesn't even make sense.
Well, I agree. That's what blows my mind. That shit makes sense. You can't get a straight answer out of that.
Right. No, there's like 5 different testimonies.
You ask one person one thing, they're gonna say something. Because I've asked Cody, I've asked them all. None of them have told me the same thing.
Well, I have to say, I give you respect for giving us this time to talk to us because
Well, I'm just glad
we're
I
grieving
got the
mothers.
chance to talk to her.
Well,
Try
yeah,
to clear everything up,
I mean,
as far as
that
I'm,
means a lot.
Yeah, it is.
That means a lot. That
But,
takes a lot.
if I can help y'all out in any kind of way, finding out, I'll be more than happy.
Well,
Like I said,
I just want to find out
You got
more
my number,
about Bobby Boone,
so.
too.
yeah.
Cool.
If you can find out more about her, we'd like that information. She's dangerous. She wasn't just there that night. She was there with my son. She was there with Ashley. I
She seems to
mean,
be involved in everything.
yeah, she's in like, what, 7 of these cases? She is there. We can prove that.
I wonder if she might get put on
You
probation
serious?
in different counties.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just like Caleb.
If I try
Might have to find me on mute. Okay, I had myself muted. I'm sorry. Hello, Erica. How are you? Thank you for coming. My condolences to you and your family. And I hope justice is served soon and they get whoever did this to him and they put them under the jail, not in jail, not in prison, but under it.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetie. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. This is the grandma, you guys. Like I told you, they were coming, but we had little issues, but now we're good. So like I was explaining to them, I let them listen to the audio of the 911.
Uh-huh.
If you guys want to listen to it again, it is clearly saying, I'm not going to say the word, I'm going to say the K word. Anyway, so it says, "Oh my God, you K'd him. I hate this." Clear as day. And everybody in my chat has been saying the exact same thing. They believe that's exactly what's being said. I was 98, but now I'm at 100% since they're saying that they heard the same thing as well.
What did you say you heard them say?
I heard her say, "Oh my God, you K'd him. I hate this."
Okay. When I listened to it, I heard her with my ears. I hear, "Oh my God, I hate this. They shot him. They shot him. I hate this."
Yeah. But I'm going to let you listen to the audio real quick because for some odd reason on my end, it is clear it's saying you K'd him. And everybody in the chat as well have said that that's what they heard as well. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, you guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to play it again. And I know you guys heard it about 100 times already, but I wanted to make sure that what I heard is what I heard. All right, here we go.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at,
Yeah.
and is that where you are?
Yeah.
So did you hear it that time? Did you hear it any clearer? Because
She says, "Oh my God, they shot him. I hate this."
they shot him. Okay. Yeah, because they're in the chat, they're also saying I heard that they K'd him. I hate this. And the thing about it is like I was telling you on the phone, is we don't know who would have did it because there was a bunch of people in that house, right? There was people there, and it could have been anybody. It could have been anybody that said you shot him, you K'd him. Either way, it's still you, and it could have been anybody that was in that house.
Which means that he did not do it, was not self-inflicted as they implied.
Exactly. 100%. I am so with you on this because also with him having his cast from his fingertips all the way up to his elbow, right? And he's right-handed. He supposedly crossed over and did this, right? And it's like 3 feet away. There's no way he could have did that because you would have to bend your elbow to do this.
Absolutely.
You would not be able to do it without a bended elbow. There's no way. I mean, you would have to be like Magic Man or some kind of, I don't know, something. But definitely, there's no way he could have did that to himself. And I'm glad that they found out that he did not do that himself because that is exactly what it is. He did not do it to himself. They did it. Whoever it was, they did it. And I hope they serve the highest or even the D penalty because of what they did to him. He's 19 years old. He was literally getting ready to go to football college, and who knows, he could have went to the NFL. So can you tell us a little bit about what happened to his his arm, why he had to have surgery, or are you able to talk about that?
A couple weeks prior, he got mad at my mom because she wouldn't let him use her car. And he punched the refrigerator and had a boxer fracture to his right hand, which caused him to have pins and a cast placed on his hand on April 22nd.
Wow. Okay, so now when he had
let
surgery,
me
go ahead.
I want to say something right there because what Erica said was true, but however, it was not that he was so angry that he wanted to punch me. No.
Well,
He
he's a
was throwing,
teenager and you didn't let him use the car.
right, he was
that's
throwing a
understandable.
tantrum. He was throwing a tantrum because he was very spoiled.
Okay.
So he was throwing a tantrum, and then he punched the refrigerator because now he didn't want to drive my POS car.
I understand. Okay, so now the other question I had is when he was picked up on what date was it again? On the 23rd, correct? Or the 24th? What day was he picked up?
The 23rd.
The 23rd. There's 2 days missing. What happened from the 23rd to the 25th? Did you hear anything from him on those days?
No, we did not.
So these days are they're just like a blank for you guys, right?
Yes, because Erica.
She fell off. Okay, maybe she'll be back. I hope I didn't upset her with that question.
No. So when he left home, he was supposed to come to my house. So he never made it to my house. So, the first day, figured that he was just hanging out, but after, his mom was supposed to send him some money to Walmart. So he never called his mom for the money, and he never came to my house. So that raised a concern because that was not like him. It was not like him if, for us to call him and him not to respond either by text or by phone. And so I was texting him, but I wasn't getting a response, and I was calling him. And so Saturday, no Durante, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so Sunday morning, I was talking to Erica on one of my phones.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asking her, I was like, have you talked to Durante? So she was like, no. So she said, did he ever come over there? I was like, no. I was like, and I called him and I ain't been getting no answer. And then so I said, well, I'm gonna call him because I'm finna call him. So I hung up from her the first time and I was calling his phone. No answer, no nothing. So then I called Erica back. So we were on the phone and then my other phone rang. And so it was a family member on the other end. And she says, asked me where was Durante. I said, I don't know. We've been trying to call him. And then she told me, she said, he's been shot.
Mm.
I said, what? She said, yeah, he been shot. I said, let me call you back. But I was trying to hang up on Erica so she wouldn't hear that part. But
Right.
she heard it anyway and she called me right back. So we immediately both, she was in St. Louis and I was at home and here in Park Hills. And so we called our hospitals here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I explained to them the situation and who I was looking for, but they told me they had no gunshot victim that night.
Right.
So then I didn't know what else to do. So I called 911 and I
Mm-hmm.
called 911 and I explained to the dispatcher, what I had been told. And so she took the correct spelling of his name and his date of birth.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came back on the line and she said to me, I'm sorry for your loss. She said, but it did not happen in St. Francis County. It happened in Madison County.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, Madison County? Where's Madison County? And she said, Fredericktown. Well, then she said, hold the line. She said, I'm going to stay on the line with you while I put the call through to Madison County.
Mm-hmm.
So she put the call through to Madison County. She explained to the dispatcher, why I was on the line and who I was.
Mm-hmm.
So then then she disconnected the call. So the dispatcher then says to me, yes, I'm sorry for your loss. He is at Foley's funeral home.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Foley's funeral home? Who? So she said, well, she gave me the number to the funeral home. So when I called the funeral home, um, now it's 12:15 p.m., 12:20, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm speaking to Colin Folis, and I said to him, you know, um, where's Durante? What happened to him? So
Mm-hmm.
he proceeds to tell me that Durante was in fact deceased. I wanted to know how he identified Durante, and he told me that Durante had been shot in the left side of his temple.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him, I'm like, somebody killed my baby. Somebody killed him. So he was like, well, man, we're trying to find that out. And I'm like, no, he has a cast on his hand, on his hand. So he proceeded to go on to say, and then I thought about why didn't I get a death notification after he told me that he received Durante at 4:10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked him, well, why did I not get a death notification? So then he says to me, you beat me to the punch.
Wow.
I said, beat you to the punch. So he said, well, I tried to identify him and I ran his fingerprints But since he had never been arrested, I didn't get a hit. So I'm clearly thinking and listening now as to what this man is saying to me.
Mhm.
So he said, so I took a picture of him and I ran it through the DMV and I got a hit because he just got his driver's license.
Wow.
That did not sit well with me at all
Right.
because
Listen,
now you know
listen,
that you
right,
are clearly lying.
right. Listen to why she knows he's lying. Listen to how they know that they have fingerprints for him. Go ahead and explain that part.
Because when Durante was young, his mom had an identity kit done on him.
Mm.
So in the event that if something was to ever happen to him, his fingerprints are in the system. And that's what you do for young kids. You take young kids and you have these identity kits and their fingerprints are in the system. So
Yes.
had he truly ran Durante fingerprints, he would have gotten a match.
Yes.
No two fingerprints are the same.
Exactly.
So you cannot take a picture of anybody and send it to the Department of Revenue and get an identification.
Right.
So I told this man, the reason why you know that Durante just got his driver's license is because you are looking at them. He didn't have anything to say to that because he knew that that was true.
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was lying.
Right.
So then I told him that I wanted to come and identify Durante. I wanted to come and see him.
Mm-hmm.
So he told me that I couldn't come in because it was Sunday. He told his mom she couldn't come in because of COVID.
Mm. More lies.
So we never got to see him.
Right.
At this point, we did not get to see Durante. So as the day go on, he got several other calls because nobody was like really understanding, like, why is it that we are not allowed to go see him?
Right.
So I told him that I was going to be contacting another mortuary to come and pick Durante up. So he offered as if he was offering me a service
Mm-hmm.
that if I gave him the information, he would contact that mortuary for me. I told him, I'll give you the information,
Right.
but I'm letting you know that as soon as I hang up from you, I am going to be contacting them, which is what I did.
Exactly. I wouldn't have
So
trusted him to do it anyway, because look at all this mess that they're doing.
exactly. So
Well,
it,
first off, they didn't have to do any of that and all that to identify Durante because Durante had a hospital bracelet still on
Mm-hmm.
his left wrist.
Right. And then I showed it to them. I have a picture of it. You guys hold on one second. I must show you guys the picture. You could totally see there is a bracelet on him from the hospital. If you look between his wrist and that shirt, you see that white right there? That is a hospital bracelet. Do you guys see that? And then this is the picture of him with his cast. You see how his whole hand is basically covered. All you see is like very fingertips all the way down to his elbow. And the reason why I wasn't able to show the bottom part is something white was covering the elbow part, but it's covered. He's got a full hard cast on from his fingertip, almost his fingertips, all the way down his elbow. And then this is the blue picture that shows that What is this on his wrist right here? It looks like a belt, but at the same time, it could be something else because it's blue. It's got a blue tint to it.
It's a ligature mark.
Okay. So this is why I didn't want to really show this, because it kind of confused me when I first looked at it. And like right now, she just explained what it is. But yeah, so that's why I'm saying. So if you look again, like I said, this is a hospital bracelet right here, that little white that you see sneaking out of his sleeve. Okay. So go ahead. What were you saying, Erica?
That's why I said that they didn't have to go through all that to identify him. They
Mhm.
already knew who he was when they brought him in.
Right. And even if he didn't have like when you go to the hospital, right? And they put the little hospital band on you. If it doesn't have your name on it, it has numbers. Those numbers are attached to your account, to your name,
Correct.
to the hospital stay, or to whatever, whatever you had done at the hospital. Anything. It would have been a band on there, and it would have numbers on it instead of names on it, right? To match whatever it is that happened to you, whatever they did for you at that hospital. And in this case, he was at the hospital to get his arm fixed, or put in a cast, right? To fix the problem.
Yeah.
So that right there tells you how. I'm just trying to figure out how they could sit there and explain to me. I mean, I wouldn't even have to go in front of the jury to figure this one out. You cannot put your hand up, even if you can bend your elbow, there's no way you could get 3 feet from that. Like, you would literally have to be like, plastic arms, stretch arms, whatever they call those guys, the little characters, to be
But
able
the
to
thing
do that.
about it is also that they are saying that this is self-inflicted gunshot wound and there's no exit wound.
That's crazy. And I seen those pictures, y'all. I cannot show you those pictures. I wish I could, but I don't want it. I don't want this video to be taken down by YouTube, because they don't like anything like that on their platform. So, but I would show it to you guys. I seen it. It is horrendous to look at. Okay. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Hello, Barbara. How are you? But yeah, go ahead. Explain a little bit more. This is ridiculous.
And then also, if you look on those pictures, there's no blood splatter or puddle of blood.
Nope.
Where his hand should be, according to Deputy Adams, there was a puddle of blood where he picked the gun up from.
There's nothing there. I looked at the pictures, you guys. There's no any kind of blood puddle, as they put it. Nothing. And then, like I explained to you guys earlier, and I know that they said this did not happen in the attic, you guys. They can explain to you where it happened, but it did not happen in the attic. But in my house, I was explaining to you guys earlier, in my house, this is how it is. When you go upstairs, you go to my son's room, you can open the closet door, and inside that closet is the door to the attic. I thought this is what was going on. I thought this is where they laid his body afterwards, is that they put him in the attic to make him look like he went in there on his own and did what they wanted to say he did, which we know he did not do that to
Yes,
himself.
because this closet is located inside James Wade's bedroom.
Mm-hmm. So it happened in his room. And could it been that he dragged him, that they picked him up,
Well,
or wherever they did it and put him in
out
there?
of all the crime scene photos, there are no pictures of James Wade's bedroom.
No, I didn't see anything. Wow. But I do have a picture of his house. I did take that on. Look,
They
this
have
is
pictures of the house and the living room. Yes.
Yeah, this is his house, you guys. I don't know why it was so wonky on the picture, but I did my best to clear it up. But this is what the house looks like. So his room is upstairs, correct?
Correct.
Wait. Okay.
Across from his daughter's bedroom.
Mm-hmm. So that's his house, you guys. Oh man, I pray. Since I got this case, I pray that they get these people. And the thing is, it's not just going to be one person, y'all. It's not. This is a lot of people lying left and right, saying there. To me, is what they did with that 8 hours. It took them. You said 8 hours, right? Before you got that call from you said your cousin, family
Yes,
member.
from the 911 call came in at 3:01, and the phone call that we got came in about 12 o'clock that afternoon.
Okay. So 8 hours later, I think why
Mhm.
they took all that time is so they can get their story straight, which it ended up not being straight because everybody's saying different things. And even on this video, Wade himself or James himself says that they have different stories out of his own mouth.
Yes.
And then he has a neighbor named Philip, correct? His name is Philip?
Well, he's not a neighbor, but he is from Fredericktown.
Okay. So they were in the store at Walmart and he was telling him he did it. He basically told him he did it, y'all. He just said he did it. So why are they not using that as, hey, that's if this is who said he said he did it, let's go ahead and investigate this a little further. Let's get deep into this
Well, they
and
said that
find out.
they could not take his statement into consideration because he is a criminal himself.
It tells you something. And then you guys, this
Well,
is not the first supposed suicide in his house either. You guys, this is not the first one. Go ahead, I'm listening, sweetie.
I believe that the reason why it took them 8 hours, um, because we were never supposed to find Durante. Anybody that knows protocol, being that the family had not been notified, Durante should have still been in the morgue, not at Foley's funeral home.
Right.
And I believe that Durante was supposed to be a missing person. We would not, we would have never found him because it is my belief is that they were going to incinerate him.
Oh my
Because
Jesus.
we didn't get any of his clothing back. Not even his shoes.
Wow.
And as you look in the photos, there is no reason that we shouldn't have got his clothing back because you didn't have to cut it off because the paramedics never worked on him.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was wondering what happened to them clothes.
Yeah, we never got him back.
Wow.
Not even the cast.
Wow. Okay, what about his phone? Has his phone ever been checked by the phone company as far as text messages, any phone calls or anything in those 2 days that he was also missing till as far as gone from when his friends picked him up to the time that he was unalived? Do you have anything on his phone?
Not but well, we can pull a few messages from Snapchat.
Okay. So if you whose account is Durante on? Is he on your account or does he have his own account?
He's on my mom's account.
Okay. Kim, have you
Yes.
tried to contact your phone company to get all this information? Because it is your account. You should be able to get it.
Well, they told me I needed a subpoena.
Oh my Jesus. Them
Well,
subpoenas.
no, they didn't just tell her she needed a subpoena. When she called the phone company, she didn't ask for her records. Just for her records, she told them she needed them because her grandson was murdered. And that's why they told her she needed them subpoena.
Okay. So what company
But
do you have?
that was also 3 years ago.
Right. So what company do you guys have? Do you have Verizon, AT&T?
No, I have Cricket.
Cricket. Oh, if you would have had Verizon, I can look at years ago, like at least 5 years ago on my account and see what numbers have been called and what text messages have been text. Not what's the content, not the content, but actually the times and the dates that that text went in. I wish it would have been Verizon because I don't know how it is with other, with Cricket, but definitely there should be something you can do about that. There's got to be a way to get that information because that might give you some more insight on what happened those 2 days once he was picked up. And also, and you guys, I looked at this and I was blown away. They said supposedly he had meth in his body. Okay. I don't know if we could say that word in here, but you know, that M word. I'm not going to use it again. I'm just going to say that one time. So I looked it up. I looked up what it is with how it is as far as the milligrams. Okay. Give me 1 second. I looked it up. So this is what it says on here. If the dose of 5 to 60 mg is what they use on a regular basis. Anybody that does it, right? Okay. Hello, Buddha. Hello, Trending. How are you? Thank you for coming in. Hey, Marion. Thank you for coming in. And also, it says the lethal dose. Now, this is the lethal dose is 200 milligrams. He was supposed to have had 659 milligrams. That is 3 times plus the amount of the lethal dose. Now, my question is this. Was he given this? Was he, because you can shoot this up, you can shoot it, you can snort it, and what is the other one? Shoot it, snort
Smoke it.
And what else?
You can smoke it.
And smoke it. Thank you. So how in the heck did they get 659? Was it after he was unalived? Was it after they pow him?
According to the autopsy reports, it was over 650 milligrams.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the fact that it already has started processing through his system. And that is why the second autopsy, it was found in his liver.
Oh, Jesus. So can they actually see if it was given prior to or after the pow?
They're saying that it was prior to, that's why it was able to find it in his liver. It was throughout his body.
Wow.
From the second autopsy.
Wow.
So which that says, with that being, a fact, then that means that he would have overdosed before he was able to shoot himself.
Right.
And if he shot himself, he wouldn't have overdosed.
Exactly.
But this is also why he has 2 causes of death.
Wow.
So basically, they're telling me he overdosed and shot himself.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. So basically, did they look for any kind of pricks from needles or anything? How they would have put that on him?
On the first autopsy report, there's not, but on the second autopsy report, it's like the second paragraph. She says that there's a 5 millimeter red mark on his right finger.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't know where that came from because he's not diabetic.
Mm-hmm.
Which 5 millimeters is the average size for a syringe.
Jesus Christ. That could have been what they use. They might have did that with a needle, you guys. Wow. Jesus Christ. Whew.
Well, Durante did not use any of those substances that they're trying to say he used. For one, is that I can really attest that my daughter nor her children will take medication. They will if they absolutely have to, and it's almost they have been, it's pretty much something that I'm like, you're gonna take this, you got to take this, you're gonna take this.
Right, you force them to take it, right?
Right. When he had his surgery, I wasn't there, but his mom even told me this, that he did not even want the pain medication.
Right.
So he was not an addict as they tried to portray him to be.
Right. I mean, you
which
guys,
that's
he played
also not
football.
in his system.
Yeah, he plays football, you guys. He plays football. There's no way he would be
He
doing any
ranked
of this. I mean,
he ranked
I'm sorry, go ahead.
he ranked third in Missouri State for offensive and defensive tackle.
Amazing. Because when you play football, they test you, especially if they have an inkling that you possibly might be doing something. They test you. So there's no way he would have taken that chance to mess up his future. There is no way on this earth he would have did this to himself. He wouldn't have punctured himself and put this medication, the Uggs in his body. He wouldn't have did that because he was an amazing football player. I saw him. I seen some of his footage with he's got game. He's got game, you guys. So to me, it's like they would have tested him if there was any inkling that he had been doing stuff. Okay. So there's no way. Now, with him having that surgery, he might have had they might have given him some medication at the hospital. That would have probably been in his, that would have been, but that's nothing to do with that that UGG situation, 659. And that would have been like ran out of his system from the 22nd to the 25th. I'm sorry to say, y'all, it would have been done. It would have been gone.
And
So,
another thing is about with the medication, Durante surgery was done at Barnes. If Durante had have been a meth user, he would not have gotten the surgery if he was on drugs.
right.
And when he got ready to leave, they would not have given him a script of 30 hydrocodone.
Exactly. They test you before. They definitely do a pre-op. Before you have your surgery, you have to have that. They have to check for your heart to make sure that you're going to make it through, be able to make it through the surgery. They do the EKGs, they test your blood. They make sure everything is clear for you to have that surgery and that you will have the best outcome. Hello, Kathy B. They would make sure that you would have the best outcome from your surgery. That is why they do the pre-ops. Okay. And then what I was going to say is she's right about that medication, because like I told you guys before, when I got hurt at the beginning, towards the end of the year to the beginning of the year, where I was taking a leave, I had to force myself to take that because I'm not a medication taking person. I'm the same way you guys are talking about. I cannot stand medication. No way, no how. But I had to take that leave just to take that sting from the pain that I was having when I fell down 3 times. I fell down 3 times, you guys. It was horrible. And it ended up being on my left side every time. And that's what made it worse. So like I said, until I got better, when I fell the 3rd time is when I got better. It felt like it put whatever it was, the pain, and it took it away. But like I said, a leave was the only thing that I would take. And even that, I was feeling bad about it because I don't like taking medication. There's too much side effects with these medications. So if he doesn't take medications, why would he go to doing that? Come on now. You can't even explain that to me to be true. Okay. I'm sorry. There's no way you can sit there and you can even put a pow pow to my head and I still wouldn't believe it. I still would say, heck no. I'm sorry. There's no way. I'm sorry.
Well, here's another thing though, but if he was high on meth and a meth user and he was paranoid and he had a gun and they had him trapped in a room in a closed space, you have to have him here high and paranoid. You are coming towards him. He is in fear of his life. Why would he shoot himself and not anybody else coming towards him?
Exactly. And then from my understanding, who is this 31-year-old that gave him the pow pow?
Cody Gideon.
So he gave him the pow pow. At least that's what they said. Yeah. Whatever. That's crazy.
And with Cody Gideon, even in his statement, in which we know James Wade made the 911 call and talked to 911, his statement, he told the police that he gave Durante the gun and he called 911, talked to 911 and tried to get him help.
Well, none of it
But
None, Missouri has a law,
Mm-hmm.
and it states that um, if you give somebody under the influence a weapon and anything happens,
Mm-hmm.
you, the cognitive person, are responsible for whatever that person does because they're under the influence of a substance.
Right.
And so him admitting that he gave him a gun and he was already paranoid
Mm-hmm.
and under the influence of a substance,
Mm-hmm.
and then he self allegedly, as they want us to believe, that
Right.
he self harmed himself, then that would make Mr. Gideon responsible because he was reckless.
but then
Exactly.
but then also in their statements, Cody Gideon, he states that the gun came from Zachary Graham's father, who also hasn't reported his gun missing. By law, you have to report your guns missing
Right.
when they're missing.
Wow.
And if a murder happens with your gun and you haven't reported it, that's your murder.
Mm-hmm. That means you'd be guilty of it because you should have called and said, "Hey, my my weapon
Yeah.
is missing." So definitely you're supposed to let them know that you have a missing weapon, or else you're going to be blamed for something. That's just like if you take somebody's car and you don't tell them, the person doesn't say, "Hey, somebody stole my car," and they go do something with that car, you're going to get blamed for that because it's your car. So
Absolutely.
same thing with the with the weapon. It's the same thing.
And this particular weapon in question is it only had one bullet
Mm-hmm.
in the chamber, no magazine.
Mm. That's
But
weird.
they also said that this gun was laying on a table out in the open where James even said that he had seen it on the table. So if it was laying on the table, why did Durante need you to give it to him if he was in fear of his life?
Right. He would have just picked it up and used it if he needed to use it. Why would he use it on himself if he's in fear of his life? If he's paranoid? It's all about them trying to make Durante look like he was guilty of doing something to himself. That's what they're doing. This is what they're trying to point everything to him. And that is not true. That's
Well,
not
Correct.
what
I was told by the one of the detectives,
happened.
um detective, or as they want to call him, Master J Sargent
Mm-hmm.
Stolting, that the only person that committed a crime that night was Durante.
Wow.
Well, and then also we're going to stick to like the basic rules and laws. If you are with somebody and you are doing drugs and you
Mm-hmm.
give them these drugs and they overdose, that is your murder.
Yes. Yeah, you definitely can get in trouble for that because it happened under your roof. It's your house. Whoever's property it is that it happens on, it's your fault. You shouldn't have let it happen. That's what they're looking
Correct.
at it as. Yeah. Wow. I mean, this is just a lot. So now they have an inquest, right? And they're saying, yeah, they changed it from him trying to unalive himself to somebody else unalived him, that it's a unalived by violence. Okay. So basically, this is the part I don't get is why they're not taking this to court and try to find out who did it in that house. Whoever was in that house, one of them did it. Okay. One of them did it. But we heard the girl literally say, "Oh my God," the part where she said, I mean, myself and a few people in the chat have also said, my son said that they heard her say, "You K'd him. I hate this." But she says, "You shot. I hate this." This is what the grandma heard as well. So it could be either one of those. But for myself, I heard the K part. And either way, it's somebody in that house that did it. They need to take all of them to court Take them to court and open this case to where they can go ahead and get the evidence that they need to say who did this. We don't know if she did it because she could have just been saying it. We don't know because we're not a fly on the wall. We don't know who did this. Somebody in that household did this. Period. They
Well,
did this to Durante.
I want to explain something about the inquest
Okay.
so that the people can really understand how they really tried so hard with this cover up to cover up what they did and just botch this all up. Is
Right.
that a coroner's inquest is not called 3 months later after a demise. A coroner's inquest is called in the very beginning of a death where there is suspicious circumstances and they don't know what happened. So then they do an inquest. Not 3 months later, after 2 autopsies. So they did his inquest to refute the second autopsy. And with their witnesses, their statements, their evidence, a jury that they chose after 2 hours of deliberations came back with the verdict of that he did not self-harm himself.
Exactly.
And they had the choice to choose self-harm. That was one of the choices. That's not the choice that they chose.
Because they knew what the truth was. They knew that all this, all this inconsistencies are all lies. And another thing I have a question about is, how did that phone call just end? It wasn't even an ending call, because at the end of a call, normally they'll say, okay, we have the popos are on their way, or they'll be like, they're like outside your door, please have the door open, that type of thing. They don't end it with a click, a cough and a click, a cough and a clearing of the voice and a click. I'm sorry. That phone was hung up. And then he kept muting it because I don't know what's being said while that muting was going on, but there was some stuff being said, obviously. Or
You're talking about at the end of the inquest?
yes. No, at the end of the 911 call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it ended with him going and then hang up.
Correct.
That the phone calls never end like that for 911. I've never heard anybody do that unless something crooked is going on, then they'll end a call. But other than that, it's always to the end until the cops, either the cops, the ambulance, the fire truck, whoever's coming, comes to your home and comes in, and then that's when the call ends.
Well, here's the deal with the 911 call. Even with all the commotion in the background and everything going on with the skips, there was only one officer dispatched out to the house.
That's crazy. One officer with the
Deputy Adams arrived there. Deputy Adams arrived there by himself.
Oh my Jesus. Okay, so now this is taking me to he might have called him on a separate call, you guys, not a 911. He might have known this guy. I'm sorry to say, allegedly, okay? He might have known this guy, because why would that one cop be the only one that comes?
Correct. And the first thing he says is when he went down and he met James at the door, and James took him upstairs and told him the body's up there, and he walked across the rafters because there was no floor, and he picked the gun up that was still pointed to the left side of his head in a puddle of blood, and took it down to his car and put it in his trunk to secure it. He never took any pictures. He never bagged anything. They didn't even bag Durante's hands. They never bagged anything.
Yeah, because the pictures should have had everything that was there at the time that it supposedly had, he unalived himself, as they wanted to put it. Basically, it should have had everything there, not some things, and things are missing. So like if they had a weapon next to his, his head, the way they're saying, then there should have been a picture with it there.
Well, first of all, they're saying he fell. So if he shot himself in the left side of the head when he fell, gravity would not have allowed that gun still to be pointed to the left side of his head on the floor.
Thank you. That's See what I'm saying? Even they're like detectives in here. They know more than the doggone cops know, or they want to make themselves not know, right? Because they know that if you fall down, something is not going to fall right next to you that you just have in your hand. It's not going to happen, It's not.
Correct.
Go
And then
try.
when they went to
Go try
test
to
him for
draw
GSR, when they
something.
tested him for GSR, the first report says that they couldn't test him because the system was down and they were not accepting any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So then they came back 2 months later and said that he tested positive for GSR, but they didn't say where he tested positive for GSR at because they never bagged his hands. And of course, if he was shot, he would have GSR on him
Right.
because he was shot. So of course he tested positive for GSR.
Right. But they never told you where he was tested.
Correct. They never told if it was on his hands.
So the second autopsy that was done, was she able to see any GSR?
No,
No.
because as Colin Folis explained, he had already washed him off, so he don't even know how she found her findings because he washed him off.
Jesus
That's the
Christ.
reason why there's no stipulant burns. There's
Mhm.
no muzzle imprint or anything because stipulants. That's what it's because he washed it off. He washed off the burns.
So he washed off the indention as well?
Yes.
Wow.
That's
That is,
amazing.
yeah,
Because
it
I
is
want him to go to work at Children's at the burn unit. If he can wash off a burn.
Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
Erica, since I wasn't in the courtroom, explain to them how you learned of the verdict.
That's what I thought she was asking because I was moving around. Okay, after they did the deliberation and they came out, they gave Colin Folis a piece of paper. And when he read the paper, he looked around and I'm not gonna curse, but the sugar honey and iced tea look, okay? And he put the paper down on the table, and when he put the paper down on the table, one of the highway patrol picked it up. He passed it to the other guy, and then he passed it to the third guy. They set it down on the table, and then they walked in the back room. So I was sitting there and I was asking everybody, okay, what are we doing now? What did they do? Like, what did we just sit here all this time for? Because nobody told us anything. Well, the bailiff came up to me and he said, do you understand what just happened? And I said, no, I don't. And he says, well, they just said that your son did not commit suicide and they have to reopen his case. They ruled it death by violence.
Right.
It was the bailiff who told me the verdict.
Wow. So they didn't even tell you the verdict. They just had him
No.
go and tell you. Wow. Or he
They
went and
just
told
read the paper and walked in the room, walked in the office.
because they look stupid. That's why. I think
They
that's why.
didn't read the verdict aloud.
Yeah, they're supposed to. At least that's what I thought they do that in court.
They
Yeah.
did not.
Yeah, that's weird. That part I don't get because they do normally say, okay, what is the jury think? And then they say whatever they think. And they have the head juror, the main person that they used for the case, because they have a head juror that tells that gets to say, okay, guilty,
Which was
guilty.
Colin Folis.
Yeah. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. They didn't read it aloud. That's crazy. The bailiff told it. Wow. Oh, Jesus. That's crazy. I don't understand this. This is
And
ridiculous.
to this day, even though that was the verdict, if you contact them and ask them about Durante's Martin case, Madison County is going to tell you it is a closed case.
Oh, so they have it considered closed, even though that there's proof that it was not done by himself.
Correct. And they are basically taking it on themselves to even overrule the findings of the jury inquest and still rule this a suicide.
Oh, so they're not even listening to what the court said. That's
No.
crazy.
Their court.
Yeah, their court, right? Their court.
Because they've looked at the crime scene photos and they know this was a suicide.
Yeah. And then also on the picture, I'm not going to be able to show it to you guys because it shows, I might be able to cut that part off and I'll show you the what the grandma was talking about. She was like, you know, when you ashy, she made me laugh when she said that, but the way
A
she put
drag
it,
mark on his leg where it's real ashy.
right. So he was ashy. So like when you get like even when you scratch yourself and you're ashy, you're gonna see marks of your fingernails that you just scratched. So basically, if because he was dragged, you could see drag marks on his leg. Let me go
Well,
ahead and edit
if you
that.
look at the shirt is pulled up in an upward motion, and the dirt is going upward in an upward motion as if he was dragged
Right.
across his stomach.
Yes. And I can't show that. I didn't want to show a lot of that because I don't want YouTube to take this chat, you know, this video down. My channel is one thing. I could always make another one, but I don't want them to take this one down because
But
I
if they
want
want to
this.
see them, they are on Facebook.
Huh?
Those pictures are on Facebook.
Yes, they
They
are.
are
So
the
you guys want to,
Justice for Durante Kashawn Malik page.
yes, you guys can go look over there. Definitely. If you want to go see those pictures that we're talking about, I wish I could show it to you guys, but you know, YouTube is funny with all that stuff. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Is this the one? All right. I'm going to edit while you guys go ahead. You guys could talk, and I'm going to go ahead and get another picture up of the leg so they can see what I'm talking about.
Well, I can't see any other comments, but um if anybody is interested in going and looking at and viewing the photos or reading the witness statements, you can go to the Justice for Durante Kashawn Malik Facebook page. Please join, support. There's also a website, justicefor Durante.com, that has a timeline of everything, links to various coverage that's been done on his case.
I'm going to put it in the chat, you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get the link for y'all. And this is where you guys can see it. If you guys want to go look at the pictures, I'm sorry. It's explicit. If you want to look at it, if you got the stomach for it, go ahead. If not, you know, I'm sorry because it's some horrible pictures. For me, I didn't even like looking at them, but I looked at them and it's, ooh, Lord have mercy. All right, you guys, I'm going to be pulling it up in a second. Give me a minute. And the leg, I'm pulling it sideways so you guys can see a better picture of it. So you can see it clearly what we're talking about. I can actually edit where you guys could actually see his stomach. Okay. So I was able to do that. Give me 1 second. Send it to my email. Were you guys able to get the link if you want to go look at the pictures for yourselves? If not, I'm going to have to put it from my phone. Okay. So if you look at the picture, do you guys see what we're talking about? Do you see how it, like you see his legs are ashy? Okay, and then you see how it looks like he's been pulled, right? I hate to put it this way, but it looks like he's pulled. And look at his shirt is lifted up because as he was getting pulled, that his shirt was lifting as well. So that's where we're seeing the ashy and his shirt being lifted. And you could tell he's been, if you fall down, your shirt's not going to go up like that. I'm sorry to say. It's just not. Okay, let me go ahead and put it in the chat because I don't know if they were able to get that as a link. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, okay. It is a link. Okay. It shows as a link, you guys. So you should be able to get it because I was able to look at it, get it from there. So that's what those pictures look like. That's what it looks like right here. Okay. So if you guys see that, then that's the picture. This is his, and you'll see, this is what you're going to see first. So you'll know you're on the right page. See this? Justice for Durante. See that? This is going to be the first picture. Let me show you. They have a video that I would have showed to you guys, but it also has the pictures on there of what you guys would be able to look at. There's a video with all the information on it, the pictures that are on the Facebook, and they made it into a video. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. But yeah, is she okay? She fell off again?
Yeah, she's probably
Feeling it. I know. I feel so horrible for her. I feel horrible for both of y'all. I feel horrible for your whole family that's going through this. This is just sad, you guys. Boy, 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 boy.
yeah, she's off.
Yeah.
It's hard. It is, and you know, I really hate that my daughter has to go through this. Um, but it's a misfortune that the corrupt justice system is so corrupt, and you know that they just won't refuse to do due diligence and justice, you know, for him, because um we're not detectives and we're not police, and we can clearly see that this is stage, you know. This is stage. We clearly can see because even the caliber of the weapon, you know, anybody that knows anything about a weapon, and they're trying to say that it was a 38. Everybody know a 38 will make a mess.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the mess?
There is no mess because what did they use a 38? They know for a fact it was a 38?
Well, that's what they want us to believe. We really don't know what it was because we've never saw it.
Wow. Yeah, because if you guys see the picture, go look. Tell me you see a mess. Like, oh my God. They cleaned it up too much. They cleaned too well, actually.
Well, he wasn't in the area that they're trying to say that he was in. He
Right.
was, it didn't happen in that area. He
Yeah.
was not in that area. And so, therefore, yes, they did clean up the crime scene,
Mm-hmm.
but there are no real pictures
Right.
of the real crime scene
Yeah.
because of the incompetency of the deputy that took the photos, that removed the weapon,
Mm-hmm.
um, which was the beginning of the cover up.
Right.
Because I can't 100% say, but I can 80% say, even to me, the 911 call seems fake to me. Not
Mm.
fake as to the commotion of what's going on. I don't think that part was intended to be in there. It just happened to be in there. But even the operator, to me, um and I know that they are trained to be calm in emergency situations,
Right.
but his line of question to me was a little off to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if anybody else feels like that, but to me
Yeah.
it was a little off
Yeah.
because there was no urgency
No.
to even get help to Durante, you know, um from this from the dispatcher, um like the truth of it is that when the 911 call was made, Durante was already deceased.
Right.
That's the truth of the matter.
I think they waited till he did. And that's why I think they also added that the Uggs in his body to make it go quicker.
Well, that very well could be true. However, according to the homeowner, James,
Mm-hmm.
he said that he heard the shot at 2:30.
And why
They
was
didn't
it?
call, they
But
didn't
what?
call 911 until 3:01.
Right. That's a whole 31 minutes later.
Absolutely.
So there should have been like, okay, if y'all didn't do anything, if you guys did not do anything, it should have been called right away and there would have been a chance for him to make it. But because you guys did it, of course you're going to wait till he's passed on before you call, or his last breaths, or however you want to put it. Because that's what you do when you cover for you cover up for yourself. You want to make sure to make it look like that person did it and they passed right away and you call right away. He said 3 minutes later. He's a liar. There's no way. There is no way. There's no way. You would have to hit a vital organ for you to pass that quickly. There's no way. In 3 minutes? Heck no. No way. This is crazy. 3 minutes. Mm-mm.
So the whole thing, I'm not going to give the exact time frame because I get it somewhat thrown off, but
Mhm.
um if he was removed at 4:10, according to Colin Foley, he was removed from the scene at 4:10.
Mhm.
Um, I guess that was the time, and I'm only speculating. I
Right.
guess that was the time that they was all over there cleaning up.
Yes. Yes.
And
Another thing is when he was out in the head, right? There would have been
mhm.
some kind of splatter somewhere. There is nothing. They clean that up very well. All you see is the hole. That's it. There is
Well,
no way.
that hole that you see in the floor,
No, no,
um,
no. The head, in the head.
oh yeah, that hole that you see, in anybody that knows weapons know that a 38 gonna come out.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, and as Erica stated, there was no exit wound.
Mm-hmm.
So now the fact that um, even further into the cover up is
Mm-hmm.
that they autopsied and embalmed Durante without his mother's permission.
There goes something else they're guilty about. I mean, they're covering it up. So, did they ever retrieve the bullet?
Well, I'm sure that they did retrieve the bullet because they dug in his wound.
Mm.
And when he made it to the mortuary that was officiating his services and
Mm.
everything, he was already autopsied and embalmed.
Mm.
So as Erica stated, that they it took it took them until see, this happened Sunday, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so 4 days. And finally the mortuary, because they kept telling the mortuary he wasn't ready. I don't know what they were doing, but he
Yeah.
wasn't ready. So finally on that Friday they told them, ready or not, we will be there at noon to get him.
Right.
And they went and they got him. And when they went and got him and he made it to the mortuary, he
Mm.
was he did not he was sent out that Saturday. I believe it was that Saturday. So it was like the next day that
Mm.
he went out to get the second autopsy. He was in a hospital gown. He had no clothing, no cast, no nothing.
Mm.
So further to further the cover up, you know,
Mm-hmm.
why did they embalm him? They were not doing his services. They had no reason to embalm him. And
Right.
it's against the law to embalm a body without the permission of the next of kin.
Right.
They autopsied him. If this was a self-inflicted wound, why did you hurriedly autopsy him? Why did you need to autopsy him? You already said that it was self-inflicted.
Right.
An autopsy is usually done to find the cause,
Right. Exactly.
but you already had the cause, so why did you need to do that?
So Barbara said I had people that was in the neighbors in the house or at the house, excuse me, when I was in Fredericktown tell me they waited 45 minutes before they made a phone call. That's what the neighbor when they heard the pow pow. So 45 minutes after they heard the pow pow is when the popo was called, the police.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm.
Because
I
give
waited. He went past you guys. That's so sad.
because and again they posted um there are actual there was actual posts and stuff that they posted this stuff on Snapchat.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it that
Oh, she'll be right back, y'all. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Give her a moment. She'll be right back.
was at my house and I felt like that they were in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to contact the authorities and I'm going to contact that person's family to say, hey, listen here, your loved one needs your help.
Mm-hmm.
They are at XYZ and this is what's going on. Nobody ever contacted us to say that he was in trouble, he was paranoid, he was in fear for his life, Nobody ever did that. So why was that not done? That would be the responsibility of the homeowner because this is your property.
Mm-hmm.
You are responsible. So no, you did not he did do that. He did talk.
Kim, can you repeat that again because you went it's going in and out. Hold on. She's coming back. It's just probably a drop area. This case is ridiculous. 45 minutes before when they heard it, they heard the pow pow, and 45 minutes later, they hear the popo at the house, or that one popo, I should say, that one police. Wow. She'll be back. Kim? Hold on, you guys. That's what happens when you have drop areas. The phones go in and out. We didn't hear anything you said, sweetie, because it was going in and out. Kim?
Okay. I said, that's why I said that it's not an attic because I was told by the homeowner that it happened in his bedroom. So I'm saying that there is no attic. That was a lie. That's just part of a cover up. You want us to believe that he went to this house that he had no knowledge of the floor plan, and he just coincidentally stumbled up on this attic and went up in this attic and offed himself. That don't make sense.
Sherry's asking, did you get the phone back?
Yes, but we didn't get the phone back from the police. We got the phone back from one of the guys, that Eddie Lopez, which was one of the boys that picked Durante up from his home. That's where we got his phone back, and it had been factory reset.
Wow. So when they picked him up, did they tell you guys where they were taking him?
Well, he was supposed to. Okay, he was supposed to be coming. They were supposed to bring him to my house.
Right. Okay.
He was actually coming. He had asked his mom if he could come down and hang out with his friend Adam Rulo, who had just gotten out of jail. Or his associate. I'm not gonna say friend. I'm retracting that word. Right. His associate. And so she let him come. And so from at that point, once he left home, we have no knowledge as to what really took place because we never saw or heard from him again.
Right.
So it was said that Durante snitched because there was a shooting in February, and said that Durante snitched on Adam, which is not true because Durante was never questioned by any police about anything. And with that being the case, Durante did tell me that he did tell me about the altercation. I asked him when he told me about the altercation, Durante, was you involved? He said no. Durante, did you fight anybody? He said no. Durante, did you handle a gun? He said no. He told me the truth because this is what I tell my kids. Good or bad, do not lie to me. Tell me the truth because I'm going to have your back.
Right.
Now, you're going to have to deal with your consequences, but I got your back. Good or bad, tell me the truth.
Right.
He said, Granny, he said, I did not. He said, so when the altercation started, he said that it was 5 of them, which was Eddie Lopez, Caden Woods, a boy, and I believe his name is Mason or Connor and Durante. So the boy Mason or Connor, it was his car that they were in, and they drove to this park or whatever, which would have been in Farmington, but I guess it was on the borderline of Fredericktown because Caden or Adam had a problem with another guy. So anyway, Durante said when they got there, then he was like they was outnumbered. He said so since they was outnumbered, he said they turned around and started running. So he said then Adam started shooting, but they were running. So Adam did hit a guy.
Oh, geez.
And so I said, so you mean to tell me that they made y'all run off and leave the car that y'all was in? He was like, yeah, Granny, it was a lot of them. So we kind of chuckled about it. And I said, okay, well, that part is funny. I said, y'all ran off and left y'all ride. So the only person that would have gained anything, had to gain anything by telling something was the person who had to get their car back from the police.
Right.
Durante didn't own a car. He didn't have anything to gain. Now, I don't know what the police asked them because they did call the police. But I don't know what the police asked them. He said that they, I said, well, did you tell the police the truth? He said, yes. Then that's all that matters to me.
Right.
And I don't think at that time that they knew anybody was hit.
Right.
Because mind you, they run it. Because it was only 5 of them. And he said it was like 15, 20 of them.
Ooh, Lord have mercy.
So they were outnumbered.
Right.
So, which, yes, and so, if anybody snitched, it was the person that had to go to the police to get their car back.
Right. Because you'd have to have the information on the explanation on what happened, why his car was abandoned.
Yeah. Why did you run off and leave your car?
Right.
And then they want you to give an account of what happened because they know that somebody was hit.
Right.
So all of this, that took place in like February. I'm outside.
She'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to be asking that question, Sherry. Was there any food content in his stomach at the autopsy? Hold on one second. She's muted.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, she was saying, was there any food content in his stomach when they did the autopsy? Uh-oh. Hold on. She'll be back, y'all. She'll be back. Yes, that's what she said. Southern gal. She definitely said that. That he said it. He told her that. I was trying to show you guys that Facebook, the video that she sent me, but it's not. I could hear some of the stuff, but not everything. Hello, Brooklyn. How are you? Justice needs to be served, definitely. I was trying to say hi earlier, but we kept talking. My bad. Oh, she'll be back. She fell off. Yeah, so basically that is what she said, that James Wade told her that 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 it happened in the room. But I don't know why everybody keeps saying attic if it happened in the room. It's because they're set, and then they cleaned everything up. That's crazy. And then that police, the pictures that he took, the pictures that I saw, oh my God, you guys go look at the Facebook pictures. I promise you, you guys are going to look at it like, why is everything so clean? Because that's not where he was at. That's why it was so clean. You can't clean blood off of anything. So that, I don't know what that, it looks like. Okay, so wherever they laid his body is where that's where they put him at, right? That's where they staged him. That's considered a staging. So before that, wherever he was actually unalived, okay, you guys, that's where all the blood splatter and everything is going to be. It's not going to be where they laid him. That's why you don't see all that stuff everywhere. If that's where he was unalived, you guys, come on. Have you guys ever watched CSI? How when the blood, once they somebody gets hit by a bullet, blood is everywhere. There's nothing. Go look at the pictures. It's on Facebook. Go look at the pictures. Tell me that you see blood everywhere. There's no blood everywhere. The only blood I saw was where they had the pow in his head, where the bullet went in. And even that, there's none around it. It's just in that little hole. Yes, they would have. They would have. But you can't clean blood like that. You would have to have like what they call what kind of call that? I forgot what they call this stuff. It's not regular cleaning products. I'm just going to tell you that. It's not regular cleaning products. Oh my gosh. It's for extensive cleaning, for cleaning blood. And even that, people cover it up by putting a rug because it's not going to all come out at all. So like I've watched just about every CSI. I've watched 48 Hours, all that stuff. Everything I've seen, I have not seen anything like these pictures. They have been clinging to the max. Plus, where he was unalived is not where he was staged, y'all. That's what she's trying to explain. It was not in the attic. It was not in the attic. Everybody keeps saying the attic, but it was not in the attic. I looked at those pictures multiple times. I listened to that 911 call multiple times. I'm talking a lot of times. It was definitely an unaliving. I don't, what the court said. That's they ruled it. They already ruled it as a unaliving by violence. Okay, that's what it is. That's what they said in the inquest. Okay, so that's what it should have just been, and they should have just went on from there and started investigating everything. Investigate the whole thing from beginning to end. I know that after they cleaned up, there's a crevice somewhere that will show you where the blood drop went as he got pow-powed. You could see, you're going to be able to get that. Like I said, for 48 Hours, CSI, different crime shows. Every time I seen it, they would find somewhere, there was a speck of blood somewhere that they missed. They're not professional cleaners. They would have some professional products for them to clean that the blood up. And they're not going to get every little tidbit of blood everywhere. I'm sorry. They'll miss it somewhere. They definitely did not treat the house as a crime scene. No, they didn't exactly. Exactly. And yet still haven't done no investigation, no matter. Yeah. No, that monster took his boy's life. Okay. So whoever did it that was in that house is who did it. Okay, y'all. See, I'm going to talk to her right now about this. So Kimberly,
Yes.
They need to bring this back. They need to go go look at that house, like every little nick and nanny in little tiny spaces, because there's gonna be a speck of blood somewhere. I watch 48 Hours. I've watched CSI shows. I've watched different kind of shows like crime shows, and there's always a speck of blood that they miss and somebody else finds it.
Absolutely. Well,
Because there was no blood where his body was laying anywhere. Like, I mean, there's no kind of splats of anything, no splatters anywhere. You guys, go look at the video, go look at the pictures. They're on Facebook. It's in the chat. Let me see if I can put it at the top so that way it will never, you guys all be able to get it. Go ahead, Kim.
you can't clean up blood.
No, you cannot.
So you're right. To even go, the only way to remove blood is that you would have to remove the interior, and there is still blood there because you didn't do anything to the foundation,
Right.
the structure. So you're absolutely right. You can go back and find the blood. You can go back and find the actual crime scene, but however, we haven't had anybody to investigate the crime itself, let alone to go back and investigate and find the crime scene, because there's not been an investigation. They've said that they're not going to investigate, and they haven't. And as I said, that I was told that the only person that committed a crime was Durante.
And he did.
And he's the one that's not alive.
Yep.
But everybody else, protocol should have been that everybody should have been detained. Everybody should have been tested for GSR. Everybody should have been questioned that night.
Definitely.
Everybody. And that, which is another reason why it points to me that, it's a cover up corruption, because the proceedings were not handled correctly.
At all. Okay, you guys, I put it back in the chat and I'm going to pin it up so whoever comes in here can go grab it.
And I'm sorry y'all lost connection.
That's okay, sweetie. That's okay. Thanks for coming back. All right, so I'm going to pin it to the top, y'all, so that way anybody that comes in, they can go look at that Facebook and see those pictures. When you guys see those pictures, you're going to see it looks like somebody just laid somebody down and did what they did, but there's like no blood anywhere, because that's not where it happened. And like she said, James said it happened in his bedroom. Why is everybody saying in the attic? Because that's where they possibly could have laid him. Because it does look, to me, it looks like an attic because of all the piping and all that trash. Or is his room that bad? Or is his closet that bad? I mean, it was horrendous looking. Go look.
Right. Because he told us, and Barbara can attest to this, he told us that he couldn't go back in his bedroom for 2 days. And he said, so I asked him, well, who cleaned it up? He said, oh, they told me, police. He said, they told him that to clean it up.
The police told them to clean it up. That's what she said, you guys. That the police told them to clean the mess up. Yes, they use biohazards and all that, yeah, to get rid of the blood. Right, but sometimes they miss a nook and cranny. Like, oh, God, she fell off. Hold on 1 second. But sometimes they... She's listening to me, y'all.
Well, now I can see the chat.
Yeah, okay, good.
They didn't Well, actually, what they used to clean it up with was some dollar store products.
That's what I said. They don't have the professional products there unless they do this on a regular basis where they're sitting unaliving people and cleaning up the mess. They're not going to have those products. And plus, that's something that professional cleaners would have. That's not something they just sell in the stores. I'm sorry, they don't do that. So he definitely was staged, y'all. If y'all go look at those pictures, you're gonna see what Kimberly and I are talking about. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see how clean it is. And that's supposed to be a crime scene? That looked like somebody just got laid down. That's it.
And one of the officers, I have a link to the full inquest hearing. Well, it's on the Justice for Durante page. If you want to hear the full inquest,
Okay.
the
Hold on.
audio of the full inquest, um, it's on the Justice for Durante page. Um, I know that it's there. I just can't think of the name of it right now. Barbara, help me with the name.
Justice. Are you talking about Kit?
Yes.
Okay, so Kit, that audio, I listened to it, but it's not like 100% clear. It's got a lot of feedback kind of noises in the background. And it was just like, it wasn't clear. It should have been clearer. You could barely, I mean, you could hear a lot of it, but not all of it. And I would love to let you guys hear it, but I don't know if Kit is okay for me to show it. Would she be okay to show it?
Well, I mean, she publicized it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say yes to that because I'm not her, but it is on my page. And so, if anybody would like to go listen to it, it's there.
Yeah.
And, um, you know, it that is the full inquest. So yes, some of it. And the reason why it's like that is because even in the courtroom, they
Right.
were kind of muffling stuff
Yes.
up, like like scared to talk and
Right.
wasn't verbally clear. But however, and it's some side talking, and y'all will hear me say one word, and that's when I exit the courtroom because I had enough.
Right.
I wasn't going to listen to any more of those lies.
Right.
And, I did not want to get arrested,
Right.
and had I stayed maybe 3 seconds longer, that was a possibility. Uh,
Mm.
I just wasn't gonna listen to no more of that because you're not gonna sit here and say that like you have supersonic eyes and you're not gonna and this is the one thing that really ticked me off is because the highway patrol says that um he looked they he looked at the picture,
Mhm.
and when he looked at the picture, everybody knows what a microdot is.
Mhm.
Everybody know what a microdot is. He says that he looked at the picture, and on the picture on Durante's right inner thigh there is a microdot of blood. But
Mhm.
he didn't say anything. He showed it to his colleagues because he wanted to see if they saw what he saw.
Mhm.
And then he attests to that the only position that Durante could have been was in a sitting down position.
Mhm.
Everybody else said he was standing,
Right.
except Zach said he was laying. So was he standing, was he laying, or was he sitting?
Mm. That's too many.
Now,
That's too many lies.
when who do he want us to believe that he was? Superman?
Mm.
He had to, because the only way to see a micro dot of blood, you have to have X-ray supersonic vision.
Right. Just a
And
little tiny dot.
that's like a pin drop, or the tip of a pin, you
Mhm.
know. And to think that Durante, he was a dark-skinned guy. So you saw a micro dot of blood on a photo. That didn't make sense to me. And that's when I said the one word that I said, and I exit the courtroom, because that just didn't sit well with my soul.
Right.
I know that you're sitting here lying, but now you just telling ridiculous lies on top of ridiculous lies. And it doesn't make sense. Get up, do your job.
Yeah.
But he refused to do his job.
Yeah. They need to
So
do they need to go over this like big time.
I think even they need to be arrested. I really do.
Oh yeah. Oh
You
yeah.
know, I think from the top, everybody that was involved in this case
Mm-hmm.
needs to be arrested,
Yeah.
because they are all part of the cover up. They
Yes.
are all defying justice.
Yes. They are.
And, not just because um I I can't say that, so I won't say that. But I will say this. Durante's gonna get justice. He deserves justice.
Yes. Yes.
And with every fiber in my body, I'm going to push for his justice. He
Mm-hmm.
was not no trash. He was not unloved. He'll never be married. He'll never have children. He'll never get to pursue his dreams and his aspirations.
Right.
And do I think Durante would have made it to the NFL? Yes, I
Yes.
do.
I seen him playing, you guys. I seen the video. You guys go look at Kit's video. Is for the inquest for Durante's the inquest. She does like the videos where you see him playing. She points him out. I mean, he is I'm talking a great player, y'all. He is amazing. He's amazing.
You
Yeah.
know, as all of them say, they say he was a big guy, but he was light on his feet and quick with his hands.
Mm-hmm. And then this is another thing I wanted to point out as well. If you're on Uggs, you're not going to be healthy like that. I'm sorry to say.
Absolutely. He
You're
was
going
very
to look like a full-blown, like your face will be chiseled. You'll be skinny. You'll look unhealthy. He did not look like any of that at all. I mean, even at his death, he did not look like a Ugg head. Okay, I'm sorry. It's somebody that does Uggs. Sorry. I'm just going to say that right now.
absolutely, because I believe that they said that he was bench pressing. I think like over 250 or at 250, or might have been a little more than that. But he was strong.
Yeah.
A substance abuser, they barely can lift 50 pounds.
No. I mean, if he's doing that stuff, that has to be Jesus Christ. For them to sit there and say he was doing that stuff, I'm sorry, you're not gonna look like that. I've seen heads, they don't look nothing like that at all. The M word, the C word, the other C word, which is crack, you know. All these different types of Uggs out there make you look unhealthy. You look like you need to be in a hospital when you're on Uggs. Okay. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I've never done Uggs because I've never put myself to the position where I hung out around people who did Uggs, right? And if they did Uggs, I was out of there. I don't deal with that kind of thing. And that's the same thing he probably had a mindset like, I don't deal with this type of stuff. Why would they even sit there and try to say he's on Uggs when he looks that healthy? There's no way.
He didn't even smoke cigarettes.
Wow.
He didn't smoke cigarettes.
Because he wanted to play NFL. For you to play NFL, you got to be healthy. You got to have healthy lungs. You can't run nowhere with bad lungs.
I smoke cigarettes, and if I'm in the car, if he's in the car with me, his expression will make me put my cigarette out.
Mm-hmm.
Because he got to start fanning and he got to frown up his face and he got to let the window down and make all these gestures and so I'll just I'll put my cigarette out, but
Right.
I get it because he's
Second.
athletic.
Mm-hmm.
He's an athlete. He don't want to be bothered with my nicotine, and I can
Right.
respect him for that.
Amen to that. Yes.
So he didn't even smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
But this picture that they wanted to paint of him, and then now that you couldn't paint the picture and have the people to believe what you wanted them to believe,
Right.
then you just say, well, we're not going to investigate it and nobody is going to make us.
Right.
So this is where it comes into play where, we're asking for higher officials. The DJO won't step in, the Department of Justice. Why
Yes.
not? Why won't the Department of Justice step in? The Department of Justice is supposed to step in when
Yes.
there is obvious evidence of corruption in
Yes.
an official department.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
we 3 years later, this story is out. There's other stories that are out. I've read and oh God, and I know I had it screenshotted, but I'm gonna paraphrase it. But just here recently, the DJO, Mr. Bailey, I believe is his name.
Mm-hmm.
He just charged a coroner or medical examiner for some theft and of a corpse and some other stuff. But what he says is, this is what I want to point out, that he quotes himself to say that he will hold any official accountable
Mm-hmm.
to their oath if they break it. He will where is he?
Mm-mm-mm.
Why has Russell Dedeker, who is presiding over 28 counties and only knows one word to put on a certificate?
Wow.
Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is Colin Folis
Mm-hmm.
able to still operate this mortuary when it is clear and cut that you are taking children,
Mm-hmm.
doing what you need to do, using this is it basically you're using your facilities to hide murders.
Yep.
Why is it that Sheriff Katie is still in office when it's evidence that you're not doing your job as a sheriff in your county when there are people's children
Mm-hmm.
being murdered?
Yep.
Why are there no arrests and not
Why
one
is an
murder?
internal affair on this case and other cases? That's the part I don't understand.
Exactly.
I really don't understand that part at all. Like, why weren't they on it? Like, they need to.
And I don't know I don't live in Madison County, but I don't know who's running for their offices. But however, Nick Adams, you're running for sheriff. You can't even do a proper murder investigation.
That's wow.
Here we have Michael Liggins, who lies to families. Know that you're missing evidence out of your files, but yet you don't hold your officers responsible for that evidence.
Right.
You tell us to go hire a criminologist. That's your job to get a criminologist, not ours.
Exactly. You guys should be grieving, not working on this case. This is something they should be doing, not you.
Absolutely, but we don't have a choice.
Right.
So, why is it that people are having to do investigations and find out what happened to their loved one? Okay, we talk to the prosecuting attorney. He look at us like we stupid and then tell us, well, um, uh, well, we don't have any evidence of it. We just gave you the evidence.
Right.
You tell me that you don't know of a law that states that if you give somebody a weapon, and people are in prison for people dying because they've given them something, or they were with them and they something happened to that person, and people are in prison for that. But you're telling me that you, an attorney by law, don't know that this law exists. So you're telling me that if I present you with the law, then you can look at the law. I'm not an attorney. I shouldn't have to present you with anything, but however, I do that. So
Right.
what do you do? What do you do with that information? You come back and then you tell me, well, I talked to the Department of Justice, and they have a cold case unit, and they're going to take on you guys' case. That's a lie.
Wow.
They never contacted us,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that they would have contacted us. Well, then again, I don't know, because they're not good at giving out notifications. Come on, but they've never contacted any of us family to say, hey, we're working on, your case, and, do you have any other evidence that you would like to present to us that we could look at? Do you have any new information, something that maybe we look? No, that's not how it is, because that's not true. So when we call him and we ask him, well, you told us that the DJO had a cold case unit, a newly developed unit, and that they're going to be looking into these cases, and we haven't heard from them. Then his excuse to us is that, well, it's going to take time. Well, we're 3 years out. How much more time is it going to take?
Right. How much time? You don't happen to have that number for that Fredericktown, the police department, right?
Uh, I don't have it offhand, but hold on. I don't have. Barbara may have it at hand. I don't. Barbara, do you have it at hand? I'm trying to get the other phone so I can look it up.
All right. Because I'm looking to see if I can find it, because I want to call them while we're live, and I want to see what they say about the case being open or closed. I got is it like 573 and ends with 3660? Then that's the one I have.
Yes, the Madison County Sheriff Department.
Yep. Okay, hold on, you guys. I'm gonna let you guys hear it, but I'm gonna be talking and see what they say about him. Okay, give me 1 second. Yes, I have a question. I need to speak to somebody about Durante Martin.
Okay.
I'm trying to find out if that case is still open or has it been closed.
Let me get your information and I'll have somebody get a hold of you.
No, I'll have to call back.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yeah, they don't want to talk to nobody. That shows you right there. They're a bunch of BSers. She wants my information. I'm not giving you my information. You have my information by me calling you in the first place. You can call me back. I'm not giving you
Absolutely.
my information. Are you kidding me?
So, let me see.
Crazy.
Well, I know that today is Saturday. Where is um the
The
sheriff
note
department?
is the 6th. Yeah.
Hold on. Oh,
Mm-mm-mm. You see how she didn't want to answer no questions? She said she gonna
well,
have
she
somebody
didn't.
call me. She full of ish. Wow.
Right.
Wow. I told you guys I make phone calls live, okay? Because I want you to hear it for yourselves. You don't have to sit there and hear it from my mouth. You hear it for yourself. She said, "Let me get your information, and I'll have somebody get back to you." You're full of ish. Sit down
This
somewhere.
is the sheriff. This is the number to the Madison County Sheriff Department. It is
Okay.
573
Five
seven
seven
eight
three
three
783
2234.
2234. Okay, so I got 573-783-2234. All right, here we go, you guys.
Madison County Dispatch.
Yes, I was calling to ask about Durante Martin. I'm
Okay,
trying to find out if the
this
case is open or closed.
Okay, so this is just the dispatch. We have nothing to do with any of it. We would have to get your information and have someone call you.
Can you give me a number that I can call?
So I would have to tell you to call the sheriff's office. This is the only line for the sheriff's office. We literally answer for all of the lines: the jail, the police department, the sheriff's office, the dispatch.
So there's no direct number to talk to anybody, because I don't have time to wait for anybody to call me, because I'm trying to get something answered today and right now.
There is not. You can try to call the prosecuting attorney's office. They may have more answers.
Would they be open on a Saturday, ma'am?
Probably not.
I thought not.
I don't really know their hours of operation. Other than that, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Full of BS again.
Exactly. That was crazy.
Wow. That's crazy. You guys heard it for yourselves. I didn't have to tell you anything. You heard it for yourselves. She wants me to give her my information for them to call me, and God knows when they're going to get back to me, because you know how that works. Oh, we'll call you in 24 hours. No, didn't happen. Oh, 48 hours. Oh, no, that didn't happen. 72 hours. Oh, no, that didn't happen. Come on now. Please. Help me, Jesus. Y'all heard it for yourselves. I've never heard of you calling a police station and they don't have a police that you can ask a question to.
Exactly. And if you're just a dispatch and you answer for everybody.
Right. So you don't have so if you call 911, she'll be the one to answer as well, I think, right? If you're in that town.
I'm assuming so.
That's crazy. What kind of mess is this? This sounds like Barney, whatever they call that show. Something Barney. Oh my goodness. The one that used to be a police officer with the other police officer, that little boy with the red hair.
Oh, Mayberry.
Yes,
Not
the Mayberry.
Yep. The Andy Griffin Show.
Andy Griffin Show. Is this what the situation we're looking at?
Yes.
OMG. This is
a
crazy.
one horse man town.
So basically you got the sheriff who's the police and he's the deputy.
It's sad.
Oh, Jesus have mercy.
But this is what we, the families, are going through to get justice for our loved ones.
So listen to this. I was listening to the different people that were witnesses at the inquest, right? And this is what it says. The medical examiner, Russell Dedeker, the examiner,
Mm-hmm.
also the pathologist. Aren't they supposed to be two different things?
Well, he is who he is.
Oh my goodness. So everybody gets one hat and one person gets 3 hats. That's what it sounds like to me, you guys. So that means that one
Absolutely.
person has 3 jobs. Like
Absolutely.
mom, she gets to do laundry. She has to do the dishes. She has to do the cooking. That's the same thing that's going on over there. So you got the police, who's the detective. This is crazy. I'm sorry. This is it's crazy. They have
And
multiple hats on one person.
And you have the sheriff, who is the deputy coroner, and the sheriff, and over the 911 center.
Wow.
So that's what we deal with.
Wow.
This is what we're dealing with.
Barbara, we call the numbers that you guys normally call, and it's dispatch. It just goes to dispatch every time. And when you put the number in the chat, you have to put it in like 3 digits, another 3 digits, and then another 4 digits. It has to be in separate chat because it won't show your number. It won't show the number like that. I don't know why they do that, but this is what they do. They keep you from having numbers in the chat. But that's crazy. You heard it twice. The same person. Well, basically, it sounded like the same person to me too, who answered the phone.
It was the same person.
That's what I thought. He answered both of the numbers that I called. Those are 2 different numbers I called.
You didn't know first night. I thought they was.
It was the same person.
She says, "Do you want to share a number, or the sheriff number? What's sheriff's number? Maybe the sheriff's highway patrol number. Whatever number I can call that I can ask them and see if it's an open case or a closed case, because obviously the dispatcher cannot give me that information because all she is like she said, she's a dispatcher. Answers multiple numbers.
Y'all can let us spin on home. For real.
The highway patrol.
No, Miracle don't care. Miracle usually end up complaining. I walked in.
We're going to see if it's a different number and she answers the phone again. I wonder. Wow, that's crazy. I've never heard anything like that. Normally, dispatchers answer to 911 calls. I've never heard them answer to a phone call, a phone number, a direct number. That's what I was told me every time I called them. Yeah, they're going to call me back. Wow. So that means there is no number to call them directly. Like you don't have a certain police officer's number. That's crazy. My husband's cousin, he's a police officer. Okay. If he worked over there, I could have gotten some information for y'all, but because he works all the way over here in Louisiana, that's not going to help anything. Oh, Lord have mercy. And then she doesn't even answer 911. She says dispatcher. Because if it was 911, I would have dialed 911. I'm pretty sure they might have said 911. I'm not sure. But I know she said dispatcher. How can I help you? Kind of thing. And so forth.
Well, generally, 911 says.
Uh-oh. She'll be back. It normally says 911, how may I help you? And then you tell them what's going on. And then they either transfer you or they get your information right then and there. Not dispatcher, how can I help you? Like, what the heck? She'll be back. Man, oh man. And they normally, they tell you they're going to call you back and they don't call you back. See, that's what I'm saying. Don't waste my breath to give you my information. And I know you're not going to call me back or you're going to have anybody call me back. Period. Don't waste my time. There she is. All right, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I said normally, when you call 911, it says 911, what's your emergency?
Right. Exactly. And then they take your information and they send you to the place, or they'll just talk to you. If it's like a 911 situation that was happening over there at Wade's house, they'd have stayed on the phone with you until the cops got to your house. Period. Not no, and then hang up. It don't work like that.
Well, everybody testified in the inquest now. I don't get why everybody testified in the inquest, but the paramedics, I get why they would testify. I don't really know why the dispatcher had to testify, but he did.
Wow. As if he was there.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to give you the highway patrol phone. Okay. But make sure you put like 3 digits and then send it, and then do another 3 digits, send it, and then the 4 digits. Because it won't work for you to put the whole number in the chat. They block us from putting any personal information in the chat. I swear, I think Kim and Erica is going to break this case by themselves, because these people are just not willing to do anything, and they need to get internal affairs on this and figure out what exactly happened. And if they go to that house, I promise you, they'll find some splat somewhere, a little splatter of blood somewhere, in something, in one of the crevices somewhere. I have not heard of any cases where they didn't find a drop anywhere. No, there's no way you could have cleaned that good. Like, you would have to, like that little metal thing that you see inside that, wherever where it's placed at, that thing there, they could open that up and they could see in the cracks of it if there is any splatters. Now, if you know that he didn't do it there, then of course there's no splatters there. Are you kidding me? The heck? Not a drop of blood, because that's not where it happened. That is not where it happened. I showed you guys the picture. Look, you can see that they dragged them in there, or pulled them, or however they want to put it. Look. You see any blood around there? And I mean, if you go look at the pictures on Facebook, go look on Facebook. There's no blood anywhere except for his forehead, on his head, his temple area. And that's because there's a hole there. Other than that, that's all the blood I saw. I didn't see any other blood. This is horrible. Did you get to see the video I made for you guys? Hold on, let me put it on. I don't think they got to see it.
She not leaving.
This is a video I did for you and Erica.
Yeah, she better be in it. I can see it on her. Oh my God.
That's nice.
Thank you.
That's nice. I like that.
Thank you.
No, I hadn't saw it. I hadn't saw it.
You know what the clips is gonna say? She's stupid. Saturday. It's on Monday.
All right, she's putting a number in the chat. Okay.
That's Pussy or Mommy don't.
All right, so 573-840-9500. Okay, got it. Let me see what we get with this one here. 573-840-9500. All right, here we go, y'all.
You have reached the Missouri State Highway Patrol Troop B headquarters in Poplar Bluff. Press 1 report events on the roadway. Press 2 to obtain a copy of a crash report. If you have questions about a crash report, press 3 to speak to a motor vehicle inspector. Or if you have questions regarding the salvage title, press 4 to schedule a CDL appointment. Press 5 to speak to someone from driver's examination. Press 6 for questions about tickets or arrest reports. Press 7 for road conditions. Press pound for the corporate directory. And for all other inquiries, press 8.
Wait while I transfer your call.
Hello, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good. I have a question. I was trying to find out if this case has been, is it still open or if it's closed? Deronte Martin?
Okay, what kind of case is it?
It's an unalived case. He's been, his life has been taken.
Okay, was he issued a citation or?
No, this happened in someone's house.
Okay, so did the Highway Patrol investigate it, I'm assuming, or?
I don't know if they consider that investigating or not, but I just needed to know if the case was still open or if the case has been closed because it needs to be investigated deeper.
Okay, and what kind of case was it again? You cut out on me.
Hold on one second. I don't want to say this word. Hold on.
Okay, you know who the suspect was or who was charged?
No, there's nobody that's being charged with it. Because they wanted to say that it was a suicide, but it wasn't.
Where did it occur at?
It happened in Fredericktown, Madison County. Yes.
When did it occur?
This happened on April 25th, 2021. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so I can't go back that far in our system. I can only go back 2 years. I can put a message in to have one of the investigators give you a call.
Is there a number that I can actually call? Because I know they're not open today. They would have to get back to me a whole nother day, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay.
They work just normal business hours, but
right.
I can get a message to them to have them give you a call the next time they're in the office.
Yeah, I actually have the number to the detectives, and I'll just call them on Monday. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, you're. There's another. They got too much information for him to tell me he can't go back. Their archives can go back as far as they want it to go back. He does not want to give information, y'all.
Absolutely.
You guys heard it for yourselves. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate you giving me the information, the phone number. Wow. Lord have mercy. Like they don't want to give any information. They're coming up with all kinds of stories, all kinds of excuses. I'll give them your phone number if we'll have them contact you. Yeah, right. I don't want to wait till Monday. I want you guys to hear it. Shoot. This is crazy.
They well, for one thing, he didn't want to say if it was open or closed.
Right.
He, so he just didn't want to give any information.
At all.
Exactly.
He
So,
wants to toss it to somebody else.
exactly. And that's what they do. I've even been told that the unit doesn't even exist anymore.
Wow. Barbara said, did they say, yeah, he said he can't go back 2 years. He can't go back 2 years. But they have archives. They can go into things. I mean, if they really needed something, they can go back into it. 2 years is not that far long ago. I'm sorry. Like if I could go into my bank account and look at all my charges, all my like I said, all my charges, I can go way back as I can go. Not when I opened the account, but when they started having us being able to look at our information. So like years ago, I was able to look at least past 5 years on my account.
Well, one of the things that he did not do that he should have done that would point me in the direction that he wasn't even looking is because he never asked you the name of the person.
Right. He said, did I have a number for the suspect? I could have telling you, Wade, but then that would be like I'm saying that he did it, and I can't do that because it could have been anybody in that house that did this.
Absolutely. So that was one of the things that he did not do. And so in order to look to see if his case was open or closed, you would have to have the name of the person.
Right.
So if he would have asked for the name, then he would have been able to pull up something. But however, he's very familiar with the case and he wasn't going to do anything. So he just gave you the song and dance. He wanted to know who was on the other end of the call.
Yeah, that's all they were worrying about. Who's calling?
Yes.
Because he was like, you can give me your information. I can send it to the detectives and they can call you back. I'm like, whatever.
Now, we all know that there has to be a detective. There's always a detective at hand.
Yes.
Always.
Always.
Because at any given time, anything could happen where they need this detective to go out or whatever. So considering that it's the Missouri Highway Patrol, we know that there is a detective on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah. And if the investigator is not in the actual office, let's just say he's having lunch, right? Or he's on call. They do put them on call because they always have to have somebody to come. Even if they have to call you, you have to be on call. At least one of them has to be on call. And they switch them out if there's more than one, which from this small town is only 4,400 people in it. I don't see it being more than one or two investigators, I'm sorry to say.
Well, that's in the town itself, but the Highway Patrol is a large division.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's the Missouri State Highway Patrol.
Okay. Okay.
And they have different troops that are over different areas.
Mm-hmm. Wow. They told her that there's no troop E when there was a troop because they were tense case. Barbara, you guys both need to have your cases wide open. Like they need to investigate. Internal affairs needs to get on these people. I mean, there's a lot of firing to be done. There's a lot of them going that need to be in jail. There's people that need to be in jail. There's people that need to be fired, like to where they have to work at McDonald's. Okay, this is where they need to be at McDonald's because this is not the job for them. They don't even want to do their job. And I hate to say this. I'm sorry, Kim, to say this, but I feel like there's a lot of issues because like I heard that it was like 90-something% of white people and there's only a small amount of black people and there's a small amount of whatever other nationalities as well, correct?
Absolutely.
Wow. So say this, but it sounds like there's a lot of prejudiceness, some racist things going on over there. That's how I feel.
Well, I'm going to answer Sherry's question. Her question is, did the autopsy show if he had been eating? And in the first autopsy, which was done by Russell Dedeker, it does not state, to my knowledge, of any stomach content. The second autopsy would not have shown any stomach content because he was already embalmed when she got him.
They got rid of everything.
Which is a good question.
Yeah, definitely. Because if that was supposed to be, quote unquote party or gathering or something, they're going to have some kind of food. They're going to have some kind of food.
Absolutely. So, that's neither said, but in both autopsies, it states that all of his organs were in remarkable condition.
Yeah, so there you go. That UGG situation is definitely out the window, because even in his body, they looked at his organs and they were in great condition. There's nothing wrong with him. He was healthy. You can see he's healthy. Look at him. Look, even in the picture that I showed you guys, look at his thighs. He's got these big thighs. He's a big boy. He's healthy. He's a football player. He is made for football. He has a body of the linebackers, the big guys. So to me, that tells you there's no way he could have been pumping anything in his body that wasn't natural.
Right. To answer Sherry's question, yes.
Yeah,
her question was, so he was being accused of being a snitch, correct? Yes.
He was. Did they test his blood? Yes, that's why we're saying that they said he did the M word, meth. I don't know if we can say it in here or not, but anyway, they said that's what he supposedly did. And he had 659 milligrams in his body, and that's like 3 times the amount of lethal, which is only 200. That's lethal now. Anything else like 5 to 6 milligrams, 5 to 60 milligrams is a natural use, but anything from 200 and up is lethal. And his was 659. Come on now. Come on. And they're trying to say that he does Uggs, but this kid is healthy looking. Durante looks healthy looking. He's very healthy looking.
Yeah, and some of the pictures that you're showing are, recently taken, like the one where he's in the gym. That's a recent picture. That's how big he was. So, they with the autopsy report, if he was a substance abuser, his organs would not be in remarkable condition.
Exactly.
Especially his heart.
Yeah.
So all of his organs are listed to be in remarkable condition. Exactly. The fact that, yes, it was the 650 is a 650 plus because it had already started processing through his system.
Right.
So even his liver was in remarkable condition. So with that being said, it's just no way that he, harmed himself. I don't know of any deceased people doing anything to themselves, and either cause would have prohibited him from doing the other cause to himself.
Right.
You know, so if he would have OD'd, with that, with that amount of substance in his system, he would have OD'd. He would have been dead. If he had shot himself, he would not, in the temple, as they said, he would not have
he wouldn't be able to hold the pistol.
it, yeah,
Right?
no, well, they're saying no. So what they're saying is that he shot himself with his left hand on the left side.
Oh, okay. I thought they were trying to say he crossed it over and did it with his predominant hand. Okay, so I
No.
see. Okay.
So he used his non-dominant hand is
Okay.
what they wanting us to believe,
Right.
but he wasn't ambidextrous. And I've asked people that shoot and know about shooting, and they said that unless he was very skilled, that was impossible.
Right.
And I know that he was not a skilled shooter, so it was impossible. And I've also
he surely didn't clean the space, okay, after he done,
absolutely
come the heck on.
Absolutely. And I've also asked wait a minute, she says, who is the white guy on your
So that guy is hold on. That's the guy that's missing. His name is John Paul Buddha. And yes, there was a puncture that they found on his finger. It was a tiny, tiny, tiny puncture, just like a needle mark would be. So basically, that's John Paul. 3 weeks later, he was found missing. He was missing. He went missing after he told his parents that he knew what happened to Durante Martin. She's back. Give me a sec. Okay.
Okay. Buddha asks who is the white guy on the thumbnail, and I believe that she's talking about James.
Yeah, she's talking about John Paul.
Oh, John Paul was Durante's friend who was at the party. John Paul went home and told his parents that Durante did not harm himself, that he was murdered. John Paul came up missing May 16, 2021, and has not been seen nor heard of and from since.
Wait, what other guy? Are you talking about the bald-headed guy? Because if you're talking about the bald-headed guy, that is the owner of the home where this happened, and his name is James Wade. Buddha, is that who you're asking about? Because there's two white people on my thumbnail. Sorry about that. You were right. She's talking about James.
Okay.
Yeah, you're talking about James. That's James Wade. That's where this happened, at his house. So as she was explaining before we rudely interrupted her with this. Sorry about that. She was explaining about how he came up missing. Approximately what? It was like 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks
later, yes.
Yeah, 3 weeks later, he was found. He's missing now. So I haven't heard anything as far as like I've not been able to see anything about him being found or anything like that. He's just missing, and he was going to they would have probably put him on the stand as a witness because he knew what happened. He knew that he did not do that to himself. He knew it, and they had to get rid of him quick in a hurry.
Well, there's a few articles out there where his parents did do an interview with KSDK, and they clearly states that the position that John Paul took on this. And there are some other family members that's trying to disconnect him from this, but however, I believe that what his parents said, because they were not there and they would not have had any knowledge as to what had taken place, and so they would have had to hear it from their son. And he told them what happened, and he told them it was not self-harm and that he was murdered. And 3 weeks later, John Paul comes up missing, no trace of him. Nobody has any knowledge of his whereabouts. Nobody has heard from John Paul since May 16, 2021.
Right. Okay. So I got the video I'm about to show. I'm going to go ahead and share it on here. Give me 1 second, you guys. I got the video for that because I did see that with the parents that was talking about it. That's sad as well. I don't know where he's at or if he's okay, you guys. We don't know.
John Paul is deceased.
Ooh, they know that for a fact?
No, there is no factual evidence, but he was 19 years old, so a 19-year-old that knows that his family is looking for him, has searched for him, he would have contacted somebody.
Right. That's true. That's true. They probably did get rid of him, poor guy. That's sad. Okay, you guys, let me go ahead and show it to you guys. Give me 1 second.
New tonight, the mystery surrounding a party where a young man died from a gunshot wound has deepened. One of the witnesses disappeared just weeks after the death, with authorities are calling a suicide, and then a jury called a death by violence. The I-Team's Christine Byers has been following the story since it began more than 2 years ago, and tonight has a family's plea for answers.
Durante Martin was just 19 years old when he died from a gunshot wound to his head. It happened here in April of 2021 at a party in Fredericktown, Missouri. John Paul Parton, also 19 at the time, was there when it happened.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Apparently a guy just shot himself.
You can hear someone yell his name, John Paul, during the 911 call, which the I-Team obtained. Police initially ruled Durante's death a suicide. His family insisted Durante, who is Black, was murdered at the home.
It hurts my heart to know that somebody hurt me. And possibly because of the color of his skin.
3 weeks later, John Paul Parton disappeared. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office says it doesn't know if his disappearance is connected to Durante's death or the party at the home.
I miss him with all my heart.
The last day the Partons saw their son was May 16, 2021. They admit they've fallen apart since then. And they can't stop thinking about what he told them that morning about the party where his friend Durante died.
He said he was there. It was not a suicide, it was murder.
2 months later, the jury in a coroner's inquest agreed. They determined Durante died by violence. That conflicts with the Missouri Highway Patrol investigation, which found no evidence of foul play. And the homeowner and several others who were at that party also testified that it was a suicide. John Paul wasn't among them. His family had already filed a missing persons report.
I just want to know. Okay. One day it'll all come out.
The Martins also say their son told them he had burglarized a business with a few of his friends the day he went missing. They also wonder whether a disagreement between them could have led to their son's disappearance. If you have any information about this case, call the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department at 636-797-5000. For the I-Team, Christine Byers. 5 on your side.
So there you guys go. That's who John Paul is. And he was a witness to what happened. And they, you know what they do with witnesses, right? They take them away. That's what they do. That's sad. I mean, there was a case a while back. This was my neighbor. She was a witness, and her boyfriend was a witness, and they shot her in the neck weeks before they went and shot him to unalive. like on the mother's property. And when I tell you we were actually gone that day, and I'm glad we weren't there to see it and hear all those bullets flying everywhere, it was horrible. And the thing about it is, the guy that did it, guess what? He was in the crowd, just sitting there watching everything that's going on with the police being there and everything, investigating what was going on with all the bullets. They shot bullets everywhere. I mean, I'm just glad they missed our house, because what if we were in that house? So that tells you right there, they get rid of people who are witnesses to things that they see. And that's sad that, I just wish that he was able to tell his story and that he would be okay right now. I wish that Durante would have never been hurt. I wish this never would have happened. Go back, rewind. I wish all this would have been, they would have been able to keep this from happening. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's sad. And all these different cases in Fredericktown, it's crazy. I mean, what if it was their family? Would they investigate it? Would they sit there and lie about their family who did something to them? Probably not.
Well, as you can clearly hear Mr. Wade saying, well, if it was my son, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Because he would have went and took care of it himself. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely.
So is that how he wants everybody to take care of it? Take care of themselves, since the police ain't doing their job? Is that what they're waiting for?
That's not going to happen.
Right. We're getting justice for him. That's what we're doing. We're not doing what Mr. Wade would do, which is he would unalive somebody. Instead of being justice is served, he would be serving time. That's what he's saying.
Does who go fishing?
Let me see. Who asked that question?
Buddha.
Buddha?
Mm-hmm.
Does he go fishing? Did I miss that one? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see what she said. So she says, I feel like I look at the photo. He is not a good man. No more investigation on the guy in surroundings. Does he go fishing? Well, okay. So she's asking because he went fishing for that before 30 minutes before it happened is what she's talking about, where he said he was fishing.
Yeah, well, he actually was saying that he wasn't at the house when they came to the house, so he didn't know Durante was at the house. His daughter called him and told him that the guys were at the house because nobody was supposed to be there but her and a couple of her friends. And so he packed up his stuff and he came back to the house, and he didn't go upstairs. And apparently he didn't tell any of the guys that wasn't supposed to be in his house to leave his house.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was downstairs, according to him, that he was downstairs, and at 2:30 he heard the gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody started running out of the house or out of the room. No, everybody started running out of the room. Who was everybody? And they were just yelling and screaming, and he didn't know what was going on. And he was asking them what was going on, and wasn't anybody really talking to him. So I'm going to assume that he entered the room and he saw Durante and called 911.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's the scenario that he painted for me.
Right. And then the neighbors, Buddha and everybody that's listening, because I know you came in here, they heard a pow pow 45 minutes before the the police came. Or should I say the police that came? Because only one came. For for an unaliving scene, one cop came. That boggles my mind. What were the other ones doing? Drinking coffee and having donuts? Where are all the police at? Where the policeman's at? It's only one cop. Literally, you got one person who pulls up here. This is what they do here. You pull up one person, there's another cop, one in the front and one behind, making sure they don't do anything wrong or nothing pops off. But you got one cop going to an aliving scene? That makes absolutely no sense. And that's why I'm thinking maybe they know this guy.
Well, I would say yes. And the reason why I would say yes is because they often refer to him as Jimmy.
Oh, and his name is James Wade, y'all. And Jimmy is a nickname for James. Jimmy is a nickname for James. Wow. Yeah.
To answer Buddha's question, the second autopsy did reveal a puncture mark on his finger.
She said, I didn't know anything about this case. The volume was low and I was on the other lives and I apologize. I didn't. Oh, no. We never even talked about fishing. I haven't even talked about the fishing part of it. Just went from here to there on the case, like different information on the case, but we never said anything about fishing on here. I read about it. I saw the video about it, but that's it as far as him being fishing. And then as well as Barbara telling me prior to me even looking at anything, she told me all this stuff. She gave me all this information. So yeah, I did not say it on my live yet. I didn't know. I thought you might have heard it somewhere else, but okay, Buddha, you definitely hit it on the spot that that he said he was fishing. So yep.
Well, but if you go read the other statements, he said he was fishing. Somebody said he was washing dishes. Somebody said he was unclogging the toilet. Somebody said that he was sitting on the couch watching TV.
Yeah, I did see that. That's the part that was like, wait a minute, you guys are not in the same household. What's going on here? Why is everybody got a different story? Lord have mercy. You cannot lie without having to cover with another lie. That's what it is. Only time that's going to come out real. I mean, the truth only, you can only say it one time and it's always going to be repeated the same way. But when you have a lie, you got to cover it with a lie and another lie and another lie. But guess what? The truth comes to light because your lies can no further. They can't go any further once you keep lying. You're going to trip here and there. That's what they're doing. They're tripping all over themselves. Giving all kinds of different information, fishing, sitting on the couch, I don't know, watching football, digging his nose. I mean, it could have been anything, right? Because this is basically what they're doing. They're coming up with all kinds of scenarios that he was doing. Other than that, he did what he did. That's what allegedly is what's being said right now. That's crazy. I hate to say digging your nose, but that's basically, that's like when they say twirling your thumbs. I mean, come on, what the heck?
To answer Sherry's question, it was 650 plus nanomilliliters or milligrams of the substance found in his system.
And then Buddha said, someone in the neighborhood doesn't have a camera don't they have cameras in their home? No. Okay. So this happened inside the house. So they wouldn't have seen anything, baby, unless they had cameras inside the house. And I really don't think they would have left their cameras running if they were doing something like that. Because if there was cameras in there and then it shows what they try to say he did, then yeah, the cameras would be the ones that tell it all, because you're not going to be able to lie. You're not going to be able to lie on a camera unless you edit it and all that. And even that'll have glitches in it. So definitely there was no cameras most likely. And if it was, they removed them.
Absolutely.
Doing what they did. They unalived it.
Yeah, Barbara, you're right. Somebody did say that Well, that somebody that said that he was asleep was one of the highway patrolmen, said that he was highly intoxicated and that he was asleep. However, James said that he has not had a drink in 9 years. He don't drink.
James sounds like he's on it. That word that we've been using, the M word, that mem word, yeah, that's what he looked like. That's what you call a mem head. Okay, that's what you look like. When you look at that person, there is what you're looking at. That's a head. F head. If you guys can put your little letter in the middle of it, that's what it looks like, a head. Just gonna say, straight up.
Yep. So that's what that is the bottom line to all of this. And I appreciate everybody coming on. I appreciate you putting this out on your platform and for your time.
Anytime.
That we will continue to push forward. Please go to the Justice for Durante Kashawn Malik Martin's Facebook page. Yes. You can follow us, join the group. Also, there is a justicefordurante.com that has multiple links. His story. So, feel free to do one. Yeah. If you want to view the pictures, they are definitely on Facebook.
Yes. And I do have it pinned at the top. So if you guys want to go look at the pictures, I couldn't show all the pictures that we, that you can see on there. I don't want to do that because it's just too explicit. It's horrible looking. It's sad. And YouTube don't want us showing these type of things, and they'll shut down the video. They'll literally get rid of it, and it'll be like right now we're 4 hours and up, and that would have been a waste of our time. And no, we're not doing that. So we need to get this out there. I need you guys to share my video. I need you guys to get on this case. I'm talking to all content creators. This is is it called PBA? What is it called? No, not PBA. What's it called? Like when the cops say I'm calling out for somebody, I forgot what they called it. It's not even on my.
And that's a shame because I know. We all know what it is. APB.
I know.
APB.
APB. I'm putting out an APB for all content creators to grab this information. And if you can get them on your panel as well and talk to them and have this case out there, I need y'all all to do this. This is a challenge. This is an APB. I'm calling y'all out on this. Show this case. Show Barbara Hall's case as well. Timmy D's. Just get that out there. Let's get all this, these cops who are doing all this illegal crap, cleaning up things that they're not supposed to be cleaning up, hiding these evidences to, help somebody they might know, a friend of theirs, quoting. I'm just saying, who knows? Just please, everybody, please share, this video, any video that has to do with Durante Martin, please. Yes, APB, I got you. APB, D-Truth, I need you to grab this as well. I need you to get on this too. Okay, D-Truth, I want you to get on this. I want Together to get on this. Okay, Southern Girl, I know you got on this, but get on it again if you want to. Get some more information out. Let me see who else. Relentless, I need you to get on this. I'm challenging all of y'all, all content creators. I need you to share this live and go share this on your channel and go make your own videos and get it going. Keep it going. Keep this going. I challenge y'all to keep this going. Let's get justice for Durante, period.
I'm gonna answer Sherry's question. Sherry wants to know if he didn't answer your texts or calls, do you think he had his own phone? No, I don't. It was out of the ordinary for him not to respond to me.
Right. I remember you telling me that because they were close.
Right. And so, you know, I would have been able to talk to him, because if he would have responded to me by text, I would have said, call me. And while he was responding to my text of calling me, I would have called him. He would have answered, because that's what I do. I figure out ways to know if it's my grandchild talking to me or if it's somebody else that's on their device. And only I would know, because my grandchildren don't even know. So they can't tell somebody else. So yes, that was very suspicious. Him not responding. That's why I was on the call with his mom, on Erica, my daughter, and saying, look, Durante hasn't called me back. He hasn't been here. This is not right.
Yeah. So basically, she knows how he would say things, like how he would word things, he texts. He has his own texting with her. They have their own texting that they know. They both know each other would say, and things that they would not say. That's what he's saying. So basically, it's like what they call it, crypting text messages between them.
Exactly. So one of Durante's thing was that he would always say, love you, stay safe. That was their thing. Love you, stay safe. And so even in parting, you know, from the house or whatever, you know, that's what he would say. He would say that in his text messages, love you, stay safe, or be safe. And so, you know, with no response, because he's going to respond, you know, even if his phone would die and he had to charge it immediately, he would respond back to me. As soon as he was able. He would not have went a 24-hour period without responding to me.
Amen. The truth, it's up. I have it pinned up at the top. I have that's his Facebook. All the pictures you need are on there. There's videos as well. So you need to go in there for real. You're not going to believe what you see with your own eyes. I mean, you're going to see that it was tampered. You could see it was cleaned up. There's like not a speck or drop of blood anywhere except on his head, where on the picture you're going to see, I'm sorry to say, you know, trigger warning. There is a bullet hole, and there's like not a splatter of blood anywhere. It looks like it was all cleaned up. Everything was cleaned up. But like I told her, I believe if they reopen this case and investigate it and get in those little crevices of that metal, if there's nothing there, they know darn well it didn't happen there. And let them go in the area that he did get unalived, and they will find a splatter, one little dot, and it's going to show them that that's where it happened. I promise you, they will find it. They will find them. They will find it. I mean, and I hope they find who did this, and I hope they put them under the jail. The heck with the doggone prison. Put them under the jail, unalive them like they unalived him. Period. That's what should happen. And I think a lot of people who sat there lying and covering up, they all need to go to jail. They all need to go somewhere.
The truth. Yes. There's a lot of information, like I said, on the justice page. I see your email. I will email you. I will shoot you an email. We do have a lot of information. We have information out there that is public.
Yes.
And we do have the crime scene photos that are. So, yes, I will send you that information.
Yeah. Please do just on this, okay? Because if you get this information out there, D-Truth, and make sure that I'm going to post, when you do your thumbnail, I'll post it on my community walls so that way we can get as many people in there. We need to get this out. Okay. We do need to get this out. And then, if you know anybody else, D-Truth, that does this kind of, interviewing, please let them as well. And as well, I would love for Armando to do it as well, because he's amazing at what he does with interviews. So I'm just gonna let you know, D-Truth, Armando, together, all y'all, everybody. Wolfpack, we need to get on this, and we need to demolish this whole doggone case and get justice for him. Period. We're gonna get justice for Durante. That's what we need to get. They need to pay for what they did to him. That's just a sad situation. And they're gonna cover it up. Oh my God! And the police told them to clean it up. I mean, like, come the heck on! What's really going on? Fredericktown, you about to get taken down. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It may not be this moment. It may not be tomorrow. It might not be in a month, but you will be taken down. For everything else, all those cases that's going on, you guys they're gonna take you guys. Somebody's gonna get y'all. Y'all gonna get caught up in something. Trust me. This is ridiculous. Yes. Justice for Durante. Yes, ma'am. Hashtag justice for Durante. Yes, Kimberly, 100%. And then you guys, make sure that you put that in your what you call it, because I forgot to put it on my thumbnail. I forgot to put the hashtag, and I need to put the hashtag on there for him as well. And I'm also going to put your daughter's Erica's name in there. Mom, I'll just put mom on there, so that way they know that when they come in, they'll see you, and the mom is as well on here. And you guys, please make sure you guys look into the case before you just start putting up a bunch of different videos. I need you to look at the case. Look at it. I mean, this is why it took me so long. I've been talking to him for a minute now. Like, how long? It's been about a week, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been about a week. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna just drop just go put it out there and don't even know anything about it. I went and looked at videos. I listened to the 911 over and over. I looked at the pictures over and over. D-Truth, go look at those pictures. It is horrible. Yeah, I know you're a hound at this. Yes, I know that you're going to take care of this. I promise. I know how you are. You're going to get into the crevices as well. Okay, so thank you. Get a look. See, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I don't know if I said it. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get off here. And I need you guys to go relax and please. I know that you guys are working on this, trying to, justice for him. But I think we want you guys to relax and get some briefing. Because I know it's hard to just sit here and you're doing the case. You're investigating the case that should have been investigated for you.
Yes, it is. But we get through it.
I don't know how.
By my faith.
Yes.
By my faith, truly by my faith that, God gives me the strength every day to, get up and, just another day to, be able to talk about it, to be able to fight this fight. I fight it not in my own strength, but in his strength.
You're welcome, Barbara. Yes, definitely.
So I'm going to say thank you to you all. I appreciate you all. And I do need to check on Erica because
you do.
She logged out a while ago.
Oh, wow. Okay, tell her I said I'm praying for y'all.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you for coming
Bye-bye.
up. I appreciate her. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, sweetie. Okay, you guys, I'm going to share the video that I made for Durante and his mom and grandma. It was in Fredericktown, Missouri. D-Truth. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate it. Okay, you guys, let me see. So D-Truth, this is going to be like somewhat of what the picture is going to be. I actually had to edit them a little because you know how YouTube is. This is a picture. Like if you see right here, I know you can't see what I'm pointing at, but if you look at his wrist and see where the shirt is, where his sweatshirt is or whatever, I think he was wearing a sweatshirt. There's this white item right here. That is his hospital band. He went to the hospital and had surgery on the 22nd. So I just want to let you know that as well. And then this is what his surgery is from. He ended up having surgery on his arm all the way, almost his fingertips. Literally, his whole hand was covered. And he has, and it goes all the way to his elbow. It goes all the way to his elbow. And he is predominantly a right-handed person. You know, he's right-handed. And then he was supposed to have unalived himself with his left hand. And it was from 3 feet away. Please explain to me how he was unalived from 3 feet away. Please explain that to me. I don't get that. And then this is the part that I also wanted to show you. Give me 1 second. Let me pull that one up. This is the other thing. So there's like no blood anywhere, no splatter, nothing. This is supposedly where it happened. This is where he laid to pass. Okay, and look at his the shin area on his legs, his knees. He's showing that he's ashy. When you're ashy and you scratch yourself, you're gonna see the marks where you scratched. Just letting you know, that's how it is. The grandma called it ashy, and I'm calling it ashy as well. So that's what's going on with that one. And this one is in like a blue tint video. And then this is not where it happened. This is where he was staged. That's where he was staged. That's not where it happened. Oh yeah, someone else definitely took it. Someone else did it. It was one of them people that was in that house when this happened. Someone else did it. Durante did not do this to himself, y'all. He did not. There's no way. Wonder if those were the clothes he left in. That I don't know. I wish you'd asked me that when she was up here. Let me call and see if maybe she'll answer that for us. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Because he was supposed to go to his grandma's house. So let me see if he took any clothes with him. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, Sherry. Let me ask her. Hold on. I hope she answers.
Hello. I'm sorry, but my phone.
Yeah, she's not on her phone. Hold on. She might be on her phone with her daughter, though. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, she's probably on the phone with her daughter. They didn't want to do any work. No, they didn't want to do the work. And I really feel like, allegedly, I think that one cop that went to that house after the 911 call, okay? After that 911 call, that cop that went there, it was just one cop now. Just one cop went there for an unaliving scene. Does that make any sense to you, D-Truth? Does that make any kind of sense to you? It doesn't make sense to me at all. Bobby, let me see, Bobby Boone. Who is this Bobby Boone, y'all? Who is Bobby Boone? Is that like something they have any information on, Barbara? I would like to look into that. Barbara Boone, Bobby Boone. I'm not even getting my word out. Bobby Boone. I don't know who this person is, but they're on both cases with Barbara Hall's son and also this case. Why is she always? Is it a female or a male? Barbara, is that a female or a male? Bobby Boone. It's with an I, correct? So it's a girl, because with an I is usually is a girl's name. Looks like he's been dragged. Yeah. His shirt is lifted. You seen in the picture. Look, it looks like he was dragged. I showed you. Look, I did my best to, to let you see stuff, but not see stuff, because I didn't want YouTube to say anything. Look at his shirt is lifted up, and then you can see that he was dragged. Look, come on now. Come on now. Come on. Anyway, that's the case. This is crazy. Barbara Hall, I'm on live on this month after I look at the information listening. Okay. You're going to find everything on like I told you, you're going to find it in the Facebook, and you're also going to find it on not D. I'm saying it backwards. Why am I doing that? KSDK. KSDK is going to be another place you'll be able to find it. That's the news station that has a lot of information. They have the 911 call. Let you listen to the 911 call. D-Truth, tell me what you think was said on here, okay? Tell me what you think is said. And the part that I'm asking about is where it says, oh my God, oh my gosh, oh my God. She says, something, I hate this. Okay, here we go.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at?
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that clearly? Let me play it again.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah.
And listen how he keeps muting it.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at?
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
What do you guys think he said in the chat? Everybody that's in the chat, what do you guys think was said? I mean, I heard it for myself, but D-Truth, what do you think it said? If you're still in here, I don't know if you're busy, because I don't want you to be, I'm over here asking you and you're not in here. What do you guys think it said? Everybody that did not answer earlier, because I know everybody else agreed with what I said. What do you think it said? Do you think it said, oh my God, let me see. I heard clearly, so they went in with him. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He shot himself. No. It's not. Wait, I heard clearly, so they went with no. Okay, so basically that's what they're trying to put it out as, but they had an inquest and they said it was definitely unaliving by violence, for sure. But they're still trying to fight it. They did something to, yeah. And if you listen to it, it sounds like this is what I'm hearing. Okay. Now I'm hearing 100% because a lot of people there's people listening to this and hearing the same thing I'm listening to. She said, hate this. Okay. This is what I got. I'm going to let you listen to it again. And then you tell me what you think. I'm going to do it one more time. Listen closely. D-Truth, put your phone all the way up or whatever device you're using.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at...
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard it again. What does it sound? She said, yes, she said, hate this at the end. I hate this. Oh my God. She said, oh my God. You K'd him. I hate this. That's what I heard. And then the grandma as well, she said, they shot him. I hate this. But what I'm hearing and what a lot of other people are hearing is they said, you K'd him. I hate this. Oh my God. You K'd him. I hate this. That's what we got. She definitely said, oh my God, I hate this. But in between that, she said, you K'd him or you shot him. One of those two. But I'm closer to you K'd him, because that's what I heard with my ears. But they listened to it differently. You know, I think they did it where they cleared it, I think. So I don't know. Key. Who is KD? KD. Yeah. They unalived him. You heard the same thing? Okay, see, there you go. So you heard the part where she said you shot him, or did you hear you K'd him? What did you hear, D-Truth? Is it you shot him or you K'd him? Because that's like I'm saying, it's my, for what I'm hearing you K'd him. But the grandma said you shot him. But either way, it don't sound like somebody said you did this to he did this to himself. So there you go. There's another thing that they should have been investigating. And then I know they have the equipment to hear things clearly, to take everything else out. I wonder why he kept muting. That's what I want to know too. That's why I kept putting mute with the question mark. Because why you muting? Did you even listen to the whole video? Listen to the end. And then I'm going to go ahead and get up off of here. I got to go cook, y'all. I got to go cook.
Madison County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I need the cops and an ambulance. Yeah, apparently a guy just shot himself.
You said a guy just shot himself?
Yeah.
And that's at...
Yeah.
And is that where you are?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is he breathing at all?
Yeah. No.
Do you think he's beyond any help? Do you want to try CPR?
Somehow got in the back of my... okay.
Okay, you're cutting out.
Hang on a second. Okay. I can't even get transferred. Hey.
Can you hear me?
See if he's breathing. Thank you, yes.
He is breathing?
He's gasping for air, they said.
How old is he, do you know?
How old is he, you think? maybe 20, 19, 20, 21, somewhere like that.
Shot at?
In the head.
In the head?
Or do you think? I can't really see him back there.
Is he alert at all? Is he conscious?
Right.
He don't
He's
look like
calm. And he said, I can't see anything. And now he says, it don't look like it. When he said, is he breathing? Come on now.
And when did this happen?
You're lying.
3 minutes ago.
You said 3 minutes ago?
No, you.
Okay, you're hard to hear again.
Anyway.
You're cutting out, sir. You're cutting out. I can't understand you.
I'm trying to find the spot where I can talk. Hello?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Right when I called you,
What was your name?
James Lee.
Can you hear me?
That's the end of the call, you guys. He coughed, clears his voice, whatever it is that he did, and then the phone goes dead. Yeah, they call. It took them 45 minutes to call from the time the neighbors heard the pow pow, right? They heard it, and then 45 minutes later, they heard the po-po come over there. Obviously, heard the sirens or whatever they heard. So 45 minutes later is what it sounded like. That's what Barbara put in the chat. 45 minutes later, the neighbors heard it. 45 minutes later, they heard, after the pow pow, they heard the po-po, the police. I keep saying po-po, but yeah. And yeah, they were probably getting their story together. They were cleaning up because they said that's what the police told them to do, is to go clean it up. He was muting. Yeah, exactly. They were getting their story together, and people were yelling things in the background, but you don't hear like ruckus at all. You don't hear any kind of you don't hear kids screaming and, oh my God, I can't believe this. Oh my God, oh my God, he did this to himself. No, none of that. You don't hear any kind of chaos going on. It's almost like they're just mute on what's going on. They're not even talking. He probably told him, don't say nothing, just be quiet. And everybody that's going to be making any noises, go downstairs, right? He probably told him to go away from the place that they were at. Why just one police showed up? Because it's crazy. I don't know why they would just send one cop. That doesn't make any sense. Unless, like I said, oh my goodness, I hate to say it's been put. I feel like this might have been what happened. Is he knew the police? I think he knew the police, so he literally called him. Okay, before he called 911, he called him on a personal call. Right? Maybe this is what happened. I'm just wondering. I'm just saying, allegedly, and he called them. He called the police that he knew, and that's the only one that came. And then they called 911, and he already told them, hey, I got this. I'm there. I'm almost there. I'm in that area. You know how the cops do. I'm in that area. So that's where they go. Just saying. No, it was no rush to save him at all. And then he lied and said he didn't see him. But then he said, no, I don't think so. I don't see it. Like he's not breathing. That's the part that gets me too. Like, really? You're going to say, you contradict yourself, like through the video, through the whole audio. He's contradicting himself. And he keeps muting, mute. Majority of the call was mute more than anything else. That was what I was thinking, Yeah. Because, like they say, okay, so you can call, the dispatchers call the police and say, hey, go to this scene, right? First on the scene cop name. Oh, she said it too. What was the cop's name? Barbara, what was that cop's name? I can just tell you who was there because I have let me see, the dispatcher. The sergeant, his name is Sutton. Trooper. No, that's the trooper. Let me see. The police officer's name, Nick Adams. Nick Adams is his name. I'm pretty sure that that's his name, Nick Adams. Nick Adams. But basically, look, so when you call 911, right? I mean, people call 911. I've heard it on the TV. This is how it's dealt with. They did call in highway patrol, but the highway patrol wouldn't do anything. Same with Timmy. Oh my gosh. Okay, but let me listen. Let me put it out there because even D Truth thinks it's the same thing. Because when you call the police, right? The dispatch says they put it on the the APB thing or whatever you call it on the CB radio. Hey, there's something going on. There's a dispute situation or whatever that's going on. This is the address, and then they say one of the police will say, "Oh, I'm in the area. I'll be there in a moment." I think he was already on his way. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting that out there. Allegedly, okay? Allegedly, I think he was already out there. No kind of CSI investigation. No. How are you going to have CSI investigation? They done cleaned up the scene. But they do need CSI out there because I know wherever he was unalived, there is a blood spot somewhere. Somewhere there is a spot of blood splat, something, somewhere. Yeah, that's what I said. I said, wow, too, when I heard that. So that's how it is, the way I see it on TV. I know that that's the reality. That is how it is. And like I said, they'll say, "Oh, I got it. I'm in the area. I'll go." They'll be the first ones to go. They got this. I got this. But what I don't understand is why just one went. Why just one cop went? Come on. Yep, for sure. For sure. I watch a lot of 48. You guys, I could binge on that. And then the other one is CSI, the CSI show. I watch those. I watch a lot of that stuff. It's crazy. There's 7 cases. Yep, 7 cases. That they keep saying is not, they're not doing anything about it. And you guys, this is not the first unaliving at his place at James Wade's house. This is the second one. And God knows how many others. That's the ones that we know of. That's the second one. There's another one besides this one that was unalived in his house. And they said it was a suicide. So why? People just go to your house and just commit? Like, come on. That's why he said that he thinks he shot himself. That's why only one cop showed up. Yeah. See what I'm saying? We got the same mindset. You get what I'm saying, D Truth. You're getting it. Yep. That's where I'm getting it. That's exactly what I'm getting, is that he called him and then they did the dispatcher thing, called 911, and the dispatcher said, blah, blah, blah. This is going on at this house. This is the address. Oh, I'm on my way. I'm close to over there. I'll head over there. And this is who went over there. And that's the only person that was sent there. Like, okay, don't worry about sending anybody else. I got this. Or they didn't have enough cops. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you this, what it looks like to me. I need to look into James Wade. Oh, he's got stuff on him. He's a criminal. He's got stuff on him. You're going to find something. The truth. You're going to find something. Trust me. It's not just something. You're going to find stuff. Whoever did this to this child, they going to pay, y'all. They going to pay. We got to get justice for him. We got to get justice for Timmy D's. We got to get justice for those who are being wronged and saying that they actually took their own lives. All that. No. We're not taking that. We're not laying down with this mess. We're not. There's no way. I would never be able to go to sleep. I will not be able to lay my head on that pillow, believing what they're saying. There's no way. I would not be able to get any sleep. No. I know what happened. We know. I mean, they already said it. They did the inquest and they said, nope, it was not homicide. It was unaliving by violence. And then they went and they staged him. That's why you don't see any blood in the picture. He's the linchpin to this and other causes. I wouldn't doubt it. Nick Adams, he's running for sheriff here. I'm like, wait a minute, you got enough gold to try to be the sheriff now? You didn't even take this case like seriously or do anything about this case. You had these people cleaning up the scene, and then you took pictures, some odd looking pictures of him where there's like no blood, like somebody's going to just believe that, there was no blood in his body, and then this is how it happens. Like, come the heck on. Y'all go look at those pictures. I pinned the Facebook in the link up at the top. I linked it up there. You guys go look at it. Go check it out. I pinned it up there. It's horrible. Do anybody think that James Wade is a I know what you're talking about. An informant? It could be. I feel like my opinion is he could be a friend of the one that came. I think they're friends. They have each other's phone numbers. And they kept calling him Jimmy instead of James. His name is James, and Jimmy is the nickname for James. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Jimmy is the nickname for James. People who call their names are James, they call them Jimmy as a nickname. Just saying. Are they friends? I don't know. Is he an informant? I don't know. You said bingo? Wow. They knew him by his nickname. They didn't say James. They kept calling him Jimmy. Could be. And there's a lot. That area is infested with Uggs, Ugg houses. But they seem to happen at the same times if you look at the timelines and the cases. Yeah. Okay, you guys. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. But like I said, APB announcement, whatever you want to call this, I want all content creators to take this case and do their own thing. And only a friend could be Jimmy if my name is James. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. A cop is not going to call you by your nickname. They're going to call you by your name. Like when they pull out your license and they pulling you over to give you a ticket, they don't call you no doggone Jimmy. They call you James, Mr. James, James, whatever, but they do not call you by no nickname like Jimmy. They don't do that, y'all. They don't. All right, you guys, I'm about to put on my intro, outro. if anybody has any more questions, because like I said, I looked into this as far as I can get into it. Like I got into it. I looked at the pictures. You know, it's sad. And you could totally, like, if you look at it real good. Look at those pictures really, really good and totally see that it was staged. It looks to be staged. It's staged. I ain't gonna even say looks. I'm gonna say allegedly, but I'm not gonna say it looks, but it's staged. That's what I see. You can see why. Yeah, we do. Tammy's included. Oh, Lord have mercy. It's terrible from every angle. Yeah, it is. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you. I appreciate it. Prayers to you too, sweetie. My condolences to all these families that are doing their own investigating when they should not have to. I have to have the police not like us. I don't think they don't like me because they already got my number. They haven't called yet. Because when I called them. I didn't even like mask it with the *67. I called it directly. They probably have my number. They were like, oh, I know who this is. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, D-Truth. Thank you. Thank you for everybody coming through. I appreciate that. And I am going to be getting off of here. Like I said, if y'all don't have any more questions, and please, D-Truth, don't forget, I need you to get on top of this case, okay? I need you to get on this. Because I think you have a mind of a detective as well. Like you have that mentality. Like you can grab onto something and you're going to chew it till there's nothing left of it. This is how I look at as you being. Yeah, I know. Yep. Definitely a joke. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It started a little rough, but once I got into it, I was just like, I got into it. And then if Barbara was in here, you're welcome, Kathy. If Barbara was in here, Barbara, if you're still in here, guess what I did? I started giving information about Timothy, about what's his name, Clapper. And I was like, wait, it was not in February. This was in April. Why does it say February? Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. Prayers up to the ones we have lost. Yeah, 100%. 100%. D-Truth, please get on this case and make sure you pass this on and to other creators as well. We need them. We need this situation taken care of. We need justice for Durante. We need justice for Timothy. We need justice for all those who need justice. And then sitting there doing their own investigating is not right, y'all. It's just not right. You can hear the case of Ashley Whitlock. Bobby Boone is there too. Who is this person? Who is this person? Hold on, let me write that down because I need to go look at this. I need to see who this person is. I really want to know who this person is. I do. I am so interested in hearing who this Bobby Boone is. Send me any email. He said send him any email, y'all. Let me see. Where's it at? Listen to Ashley. Yep, that is not how you do it. Okay, Ashley Whitlock. Is that a video? Lunsford. Bobby Boone. Okay, so I wrote that down. So this is hold on. Barbara, if you're still in here, Barbara, because I'm about to get off, but Barbara, do you know where I would find this information, sweetie? Like, is that the person that talked about it, Ashley, or is that Ashley the person that supposedly had unalived herself by hanging? And if you do have, no, you know what? Just send it to my IG, Jesus, to my Insta. Oh, there we go. IG is Instagram. Send it to my messenger. I have not eaten, you guys. Okay, it is literally 2:53. I've woken up at 3:20 and have not eaten anything. So I'm just like all over right now. Ashley, let me see. They're saying that right. Yeah, I remember that. So is there somewhere that I can find the information on that? Like, is there like videos about this? Or do I just have to look it up like I looked up all these other cases once I get them? And there's D-Truth email. Please send all the email that you have, any information that you need looked into. Send it there. And D-Truth, I hope you got the link for the Facebook that's up there on the that I have pinned up, because you're going to see pictures that's going to just blow your mind. That's not possible to hang. Thank you. I said the exact same thing. It's not going to hold a 160 pound. It's not going to hold a 120 pound. It's not going to hold a 100-pound person. Not happening, Captain. There's no way. No way. I said the exact same thing. It will fall before you're able to hang yourself. Yes, they will get justice. They will get justice. It might not be today. It may not be tomorrow. It might not be a week. It might not be a month, but it will happen. It will happen. It will happen. They got to get, like I said, internal affairs need to get on this big time. You're looking it up. Okay. Yeah, just grab the link and you'll be able to get right there to that. And then you just scroll down and you'll see all those pictures. Some of the ones that I kind of redacted, kind of edited, definitely you'll see the full pictures of those. Hold on one second. Okay, you guys, sorry about that. My son was asking me a question. They love you. I know what you're talking about. Oh, Lord. All right, you guys. Let me see. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, sweetie. You're welcome. Yes. Justice for all the families. Like I said, they should not have to do their own investigation. They should be able to go grieve over their loved one. Okay. That's what they know. That's what you guys are supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be grieving, not investigating. This is not your job. This is their job. They're getting paid for this. They need to do their daggone job. That's what they need to do. And internal affairs need to take over these cases so they can fix whatever the problem is with Fredericktown. All right, you guys, thank you for coming. I'm going to go ahead and put my outro. All right, you guys, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Oh, you know what? Let me show this video real quick and then I'll do that. Justice Page for Ashley is the name of it. Justice. Is it Justice Page for Ashley or just Justice for Ashley? Barbara. I'm going to look up both of them. Jesus. Okay. I'm going to put my intro outro now. Thank you for coming. I appreciate y'all all being here. Please make sure you pass this around. Everybody, just have everybody, all the content creators, please, you guys, y'all need to help these families. Thank you for coming.
Welcome, Dolphin fam, and